Good morning. Welcome to our Budget Committee meeting for Wednesday, February 8th, 2023. I'd like to call this meeting to order at this time and ask if there's any declaration of interest. Seeing none, I'm just gonna, there we go. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of the Williams Treaty First Nation and other Indigenous peoples. And on behalf of Council, I thank them for sharing this land. We also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as East Gwillimbury's closest nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and the waters of these territories. They are the water protectors and environmental steward of these lands, and we join them in these responsibilities. Before we move into our budget discussions on behalf of Council, I extend our condolences to the family and friends of former Newmarket Councillor Dave Kerwin, who passed away on Monday, February 6th. Many of us here knew or worked with Dave, and I did for 20 years. During his 39 years with Newmarket Council, where he had a significant impact on many, many initiatives. Sad to see him go. This time, I'm at presentations, item C, and we have no presentations at this time. Item D is deputations, and I'm pleased to say that Gail Sanderson is making a deputation regarding public input during Budget Committee meetings. We missed her in the council chambers, but I believe she's with us virtually today.
May I speak now?
Oh, yes, please do.
Oh, I was waiting for you to say, Gail Sanderson, you can speak, because on the telephone you can't see.
Ah, my apologies. Well, good to hear your voice, Gail.
And I've been in all of your budget meetings, and I was in your council meetings for 2023. Since you started with a death notice, I wanted to acknowledge for the Ward 3 councilors that they had Stephen Hill, who was 62. He died Sunday, January 22nd, which I just found out last night. And another person that I found out that used to live in Ward 3 for many, many years was Murray Couples. But I don't have any information on him. The person just told my husband that he had died, so I don't know if it was just yesterday sometime or what. But I wanted the Ward 3 councilors to know those two people, so if they did know him and they know as of today. Now, the reason I'm here today, other than to give announcements, is when I used to physically go into the council chambers for every budget meeting from 2019 and before, you always allow the public to ask questions during budget time. And I was wondering why at this time for the budget meetings that you've had so far, why you haven't, and I didn't know if it was because I wasn't physically there to jog your memory that you have always allowed them. So I wanted to make a point at this one, because when I tell people in East Gwillimbury, when people are new and they ask me if they're able to speak at budget meetings, I said that's statutory meetings and public meetings. You are allowed, unless you want to do a deputation to council before the meeting starts. And when I didn't see this happening so far in this budget time, I didn't want it to go to miss another year without having public input if council so desires this year. And that's it. Because I started off my morning by not being able to get into the system. So if you don't start talking, Mayor, you're going to be listening to a sermon for the next half hour.
Well, maybe there's nothing wrong with that either. Thank you, Gail. I might have some answers to your questions. Our CAO has some information he'd like to share. Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good day to you, Gail. We certainly miss you in our council chambers, and I know both our council and staff very value public input into the process. Just as a reminder to all the councillors and some of our newer councillors, when we had pre-COVID budget sessions, we used to, after every single department, allow for input, and it was primarily for folks that were in the chamber. As we've now moved to this virtual world, we've looked at some other best practices, and we do have a public input session that the finance is going to report on after we go through all the departments. Maybe we could have done a better job as a staff team in letting the public know that there was an opportunity to maybe speak at that point or provide any input or questions, but we would certainly encourage Ms. Sanderson, if she wanted to, she could put her questions in. She could indicate what her areas of interest or points of interest would be and comments, and we could certainly bring them up at that time. And moving forward, we might take a look at maybe for that particular section, making sure the public is aware that there's an opportunity to provide verbal input as well. So I know it's not a perfect answer for you, Ms. Sanderson, but hopefully that your input will be part of this process, and we'll be able to look at our larger public input as well, Madam Mayor.
May I make a quick comment to Mr. Webster's suggestion?
Certainly, go ahead.
Because in this virtual world, it means that I have to listen to all townships on the telephone, and a lot of times I wouldn't have any questions until after I've heard the counselors speak, because I might start in, like for today, and not have a question about the budget because I've looked over the budget. But then because of what somebody has said, so that's why when you're physically there, if you still have the opportunity during break time to grab somebody to ask them a question, but when you're on the telephone, you don't have that same time to do that, and it's hard to get people after the meeting's over. So it's a lot nicer if you do have a question before you go to break or whatever, to have the opportunity. That doesn't mean, as you know, in the past, I don't ask 50 questions. I might ask a couple, but I've never stayed on the floor because of all my questions. I stay on my floor because I don't know when to shut up. So it is in an okay world. I don't know until after the person has spoken if I'm going to have any questions.
Madam Mayor, if I could. Madam Mayor, if I could, to Gail. Gail, it's Brian, and I'm sorry I missed your call the other night. Gail used to be my Sunday school teacher, and so if you missed any questions or comments or anything, like, call me anytime, okay?
But I did try to call you.
Yeah, you called the other night, so there you go. I missed your call. We were busy.
I called you at the town office, too, twice.
Oh, well, that's perfect. We're going to have to check my voicemails. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, Gail.
Okay, thank you very much, Brian.
And I think, excuse me, we have a good 5 minutes, and we've used most of it. Gail, can I ask you to wrap up at this point, and perhaps I'll see you in the council chambers in the next meetings that are coming.
I'm not going into buildings whenever I don't have to. That's why the telephone is my buddy for the last 3 years. So I'm to understand then you're not going to let the public speak during the budget day at all. Is that what I'm getting? Like, it's not like what it used to be?
Madam Clerk?
Is that what I'm understanding?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Good morning, Gail. I think pursuant to the provisions of our procedure bylaw, we do not have right now provisions to allow for open mic abilities. Gail, you've provided some great input. I believe our finance team has also done an incredible job in terms of public input solicitation. What we can do is further encourage individuals to listen to our budget committee meetings. If there are any questions or inquiries, perhaps they can be provided in writing, and we can certainly distribute that to members of council. In addition to that, we always provide options for individuals to submit a deputation request form, which in this case, Gail has provided the deputation to allow for the 5 minutes of a deputant to speak at a budget committee, committee of the whole, or council meeting. This is an area that we can further review during our procedure bylaw review to see if there are other options and alternatives for public feedback. But at this stage, I believe we need to continue with the provisions of our procedure bylaw.
It's a different time, Gail, for sure, and it's very difficult for all of us to try and
So
find.
is this a new bylaw?
No, this has been in place for quite some time.
Oh, okay.
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 Now, you do have Councillor.
I'll mute myself now, Mayor, and you can continue on.
Thank you, and you
And
do.
thank you very much for allowing me to do my morning sermon.
You're quite welcome. It's a pleasure to hear from you. And as Councillor Johns has said, you have his number, so you can share it around if there's others that also would like to have some consultation.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. And I will read out the motion. Be it resolved that the deputation made by G. Sanderson regarding public input during budget committee meetings be received. Moved by Councillor Johns, seconded by Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. Wonderful to hear her voice. It's been a long time. It's terrific. And with that, we will move along to item E, and that's our 2023 proposed business plan and budget. And I'll just get it set up here.
Through you, Madam Mayor, for this portion of the meeting, the finance team will provide a presentation. So our staff is just going to pull forward the presentation, and perhaps GM Marshall can further provide introductory remarks.
So you can go to the next slide. So
Good morning.
good morning, Madam Mayor and members of Budget Committee. We're here for day 3 of our budget discussions, and I think for day 3 we have an agenda proposed. We have a very ambitious agenda. So as you can see here, so I hope everyone has received addendum 3 to the budget binder. We apologize for sending it out Friday afternoon. I guarantee you we probably have as much pleasure sending it out Friday afternoon as you guys do receiving it. So, but the staff has had about 36 hours to turn everything around, and I think they did a great job doing that. So I'd like to thank staff for turning that up.
They did. Great job. Thank you.
So we'll go through the addendum package later on in the session, but first we want to talk, to probably good timing, because we wanted to talk about public input that we've received from our online survey. We also, after that, we'll go into the continuation of our budget reviews by department, which would start off with corporate services. Once we do that, then we'll go through the addendum package and see if there's any questions or comments. And then we'll start discussing the additional considerations that we had tabled initially at the start of the budget discussions. And then hopefully we'll get to a point where we can start talking about potentially looking at if we're in a position to move the budget forward.
Thank you.
So next slide, please. So every year we issue a survey online and we ask from our residents for their 3 priorities for what they would like their tax dollars to be used for. So traditionally we receive about 20 to 30 responses, and this year we received 133. So it was a significant increase. However, the themes that we saw were the same as what we had seen previously. So the 5 key themes, I don't think you can read that, but the 5 key themes that we saw were emergency services, road maintenance, community facilities, waste collection, and library services. And they're consistent. They've been consistent for the last few years. So next slide, please. So we also,
Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting. I did have a question about that slide, if you wouldn't mind going back to it. It seems unusual to me that we would have had that level of engagement. Was there something that staff did differently this time? Because normally we don't have 133 responses. Was there something that staff did differently in order to elicit this kind of level of response to this? Or do we have an idea of why we had such a high level of engagement on this survey?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we haven't gone into the detail as to why we received a significant amount of additional responses. There were some more focused on the emergency services area, but we haven't really dug deep into analyzing some of the results and the responses.
Thank you. I'd be curious to know if there was one particular area of town or ISP that was using the survey, just out of curiosity, because it is such an anomaly to have this level of response. So I'd be curious to hear more about that in future. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor LaHaye, go ahead.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. My question is with regard to when you sent it out, the survey, how long it was open for, and on what platforms you had the survey.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the survey was put on our website, and it was put out prior to us tabling the budget back in December. So when we published our budget back in November, we opened up the survey, and we left it open, and it's still open now. So we've been receiving responses.
Thank you. And one follow-up question through you, Madam Mayor. With regard to the feedback that individual councillors get, because lately I've been receiving a lot of emails and phone calls with residents expressing concerns about budgets and about priorities and making suggestions. Is there one individual staff member whom we should all be directing or forwarding communications with and feedback for you, so that in addition to the 133 responses, you could have a file of other forms of responses from other sources? Not everyone responded to the survey, obviously, but there are more people who are expressing opinions that should be included in feedback to the town.
So through you, Madam Mayor. So are you referring to where you should be providing that information? What staff should you be providing?
Yes,
Okay.
because I'm hoping that there's one central person who can compile all of the data being given to individual counselors through emails and phone calls that could support or add to the public survey in terms of gauging feedback about priorities and concerns and suggestions.
So, through you, Madam Mayor, so if you would like, you could forward that information to me, and I can funnel it to the appropriate individuals for their, for tracking and follow-up as well.
Thank you.
Next slide. So we also, in the survey, we asked for comments, and these are the main comments that we've received from those people that actually provided comments. And you can see the variety of information that we've received. A lot of them focused around keeping property taxes lower and community safety investments. And so these are the actual words that were used in their responses. We didn't manipulate these or anything, so we've just plucked these out of the survey. So we also, in the survey, we gave an option for people to leave their email addresses, and if they wanted us to follow up, and if they had a particular initiative or issue that they wanted to discuss further. So I'd like to advise that all those people that did provide their email addresses, staff have followed up with them. And if it involved some detailed information from an operating department, that their information has been forwarded to that operating department, and they've been asked to follow up as well with the individual. So I'm happy to answer any other questions with regards.
Are there other questions? Go ahead, please.
I'm happy to see, oh, shoot. I just spilled my coffee. Never mind, my comment wasn't that important. Go. Thank you.
Your comment, well,
Skip my- Okay,
it was important.
okay. I just wanted.
Probably more important now with the coffee being spilt, so let's hear it.
I just want to say I'm happy to see that members of our public are putting value on the environment. We've got climate change initiatives, curbside battery recycling, preserving natural habitats. So it's just something to keep in mind when we're talking about climate emergency declaration, that this is something that the public is talking about. Thank you.
I like the variety of topics that the public have chosen. It's very easy for us to take a look at it and determine the kind of priorities that people have living in East Gwillimbury. You know, whether it's programming or budget-wise, but I certainly see a lot of interest in activities that are happening out in our community, and I would expect that they would be expanded based on the survey that we've seen so far. People like it, and they want to have more. So it's great that that's happened. Now, we all set to move along?
So just before we continue on, if you can go to the next slide, please. So we're going to get into the balance of the departmental discussions. And as we did at the beginning of day one, we put up the slide to just to give a little perspective in terms of a tax levy impact. So 1% is represents $272,000, which is about $19 per household, and down to $2,700 is about 19 cents per household. So with that, I don't know if Mr. Webster would like to introduce Deputy CAO for the review of the corporate services area.
Just before we do that, we have one question from a member of council. Go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and I just, through you, I just wanted to really thank you and your team for all the great work. You definitely scared me my very first day when we talked about 13% tax increases every year and the 76 over the 5 years, and I think that the process that we have been through has been very encouraging for me, and I think that, you know, 13% and $250 per average household was pretty scary, and I think that the work that we have been doing over these past few weeks has been very encouraging, and I'm looking forward to the process that we're going through today, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We start today, we have, I believe, 4 more program areas to move through, and they're important areas. And to continue with this year's methodology, I'll just introduce the presenter before each one, even though I think I may have missed Ms. Ingram on her day as we were getting late in the day and didn't have an opportunity to, so I'll certainly make up for that moving forward. Deputy CAO and General Manager of Corporate Services, Mark Velchich, has been with us for many years. He was really responsible for helping drive us to the debt-free status and our tax rates that we're very proud of, and our financial position that is stellar and one of the most accomplished in Ontario for sure. And just like to have Mark speak with his team. He has some important areas under him: communications, customer service, not to mention as well the clerk's portfolio, and economic development is in transition at this point in time. So Mark does have some very important areas, and he'll be going through them in a tactical way this morning. So over to you, Mark.
Thanks very much, Mr. Webster, and Madam Mayor, through you. Good morning, everyone. So as Mr. Webster said, just before I start, it may seem a touch confusing because we have economic development still sitting in the corporate services area for presentation this morning, because at the time that we put this together, Ms. Bégin was a part of the corporate services area, and because she transitioned to the GM role in development services while this process was underway, at this point we've left economic development for purposes of discussion in the binder in corporate services, but when the process is finished, this will be repositioned under development services under Ms. Bégin's continued leadership. So we will speak about it a little bit today, but you'll see when the binders are finished, when the process is done, that'll get repositioned. So starting off this morning, just want to talk a little bit about our goals and objectives, and really where do we see ourselves going strategically in supporting Council's strategic vision in 2023. At the highest of level, we're going to continue to work on modernizing programs and services and driving efficiency within the town. We've got a robust environmental agenda that we want to continue to work on in 2023, and I'll talk about that a little bit. Our continued work on the equity, diversity, and inclusion framework and expanding on that will be an important priority. In the clerks area, we have a number of continuing and ongoing initiatives that will support council in its first year of the new term, and so we're going to be very busy in that area. And then our service excellence strategy and customer service continues to be a real priority as we roll out our CRM, and so we're going to see that. And in the economic development area, we continue to work to project manage our largest non-residential development in town history. We see, many new jobs coming in the next couple of years through that development, and we want to continue our attraction efforts and also our efforts to expand existing businesses within East Gwillimbury. So really building that balance between residential and non-residential growth is going to be a continued high priority for us in the economic development area. Madam Mayor, I can go through some of the details in here, but I wanted to keep it reasonably high level. Unless there's questions, happy to go into more detail. I just also want to remind council and, more importantly, the viewing public, we had two very, very detailed workshop sessions in January. We had one on January 10th, which really, we spent a full workshop looking at EG's modernization journey. So that was intended to give you really a much deeper dive into the work that we've been doing over the last few years and what we've got planned in 2023 and 2024 moving forward. So I hope that that was helpful in informing you prior to the discussions today, and I'd encourage any member of the public that perhaps didn't get a chance to watch that to go back to the January 10th agenda that's posted on our website and see some of the great things that we're doing to drive our creativity in our organization and improve programs and reduce costs. We also then on January 18th had a workshop session on our environmental program, and Ms. Ross did a great job talking about sort of what she's done in the first 6 months of her contract work with us so far, and we look forward to really building on that in 2023. So again, if anyone didn't get a chance to see that and they're watching today, encourage you to go back to the January 18th date in our on our website and watch that, because it was a very informative workshop about the work we're doing to support the environmental initiatives in East Gwillimbury. Madam Mayor, there's a number of specifics in here. One of the ones I do want to talk about very briefly is the work on the environment in particular. If you go down under responsible growth and environmental protection, it talks about the development of an environmental strategy, climate action plan, and a community energy plan. Just for clarity, our first priority, and we discussed this in the workshop on January 18th, will be that environmental strategy. We also see coming back to council with some information and a proposed resolution around climate emergency declaration in the near future. So you're going to, we've been working very diligently on that. The climate action plan will come out of that. We see that some of the outreach starting in 2024 for that, but in 23, but see that being a deliverable likely in 24, and then updating of the community energy plan likely being a 24 / early 25 initiative. So just for clarity, as we're looking at those key objectives and priorities for 2023. Just seeing if there's anything else I want to pay specific attention to here. There's a lot of information on page 32 of 310 of your binder. I'm happy to take any questions, Madam Mayor, if there's any questions about the strategic and sort of business plan objectives that we have for 2023.
Any questions at this point? I'm not seeing any.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'll continue just to go through some of the key activity metrics, starting on page 33 of 310 in your budget materials. So we've got some information there on customer service interactions. One of the things that we're going to continue to hope to see as we implement our customer relationship management system is not only a better ability for residents and others with issues to sort of get those logged in our system, but for us to have internal tracking and more importantly reporting means, so that we can actually be reporting out and also circling back. One of the things that we want to make sure is that we've got an ability to really effectively close the loop with individuals that are providing us with concerns or issues for follow-up and so on. And that also goes for council members as well. We see this being something that would track internal service requests as well as external. So really a kind of a one-stop shop of what types of issues are coming up, and we'll be able to have a much better analysis. And one of the reasons that's important is not just for general information sharing, but it helps us also assess where we need to be paying attention on the program and service delivery side. Because if we're starting to see themes of areas where there's concerns or where there's suggestions, we may, alter program and service delivery accordingly, or we may adjust resourcing accordingly to deal with those to, more in a preventative manner. So we really look forward to continuing to build on that sort of customer service implementation. And I think the one word that certainly has been used is this no wrong door approach. So no matter where you would go for service, and you've seen some of this expanded already with the provision of customer service presence now at our sports complex, with the help opening, we're going to see more customer service presence. So there'll be places throughout the town that if residents wish to go and pay their taxes, or they wish to go and pick up a blue bin or whatever they might do, that we would slowly have more options for them to do that at different places, and that they would essentially experience the same customer service experience from place to place. So it's not like you get a substandard experience at one spot and it's superior to another, that we would be trained up and equipped to provide that same high-level customer experience no matter where one of our residents might go for service. You can see on page 33 of 310, we're continuing to try and use a diverse series of digital communications, which supports many of our other forms of communication that we use. And you'll recall from the recent presentation we did on the election process, very, very comprehensive suite of communication tools and means and initiatives that we take to make sure that we do our very best to inform and engage the public every opportunity we can. Moving across to page 34, I think the key message here, as you can see, the virtual user licenses continues to go up, which is really supporting our hybrid operating model, both in terms of how we work, but also how people engage with us. Today's meeting was a good example of a member of the public engaging with us virtually. And so we've really expanded the opportunity for folks to engage through this hybrid world that we now live in. System security continues to be a significant priority for us, and you can see total emails blocked. There's a large number of them. That's almost 600,000 that come through that could potentially be concerning to us. So we have a variety of security measures, and I recall speaking at the modernization workshop about our what we call our 3 lines of defense, which is our prevention, education, and response. And I think that's really important. We our security protocols are not just about what do we do when we're responding to an operational emergency, but how do we prevent them in the first place, and how do we train and educate anyone that's using our system so that we can minimize the risk. So it's really about risk management.
I'm not seeing any questions. I'll
Madam Mayor, I'll
give me a
continue.
wave and we'll keep you going
Thank
until
you.
I see a wave.
I'll continue
Thank you.
then. So on the economic development side of things, you can see the really nice picture at the rendering at the bottom of the Woodbine 1 Loblaws development. So as we move to 23, 24, 25, that job creation number bar you're going to see go way up, and we're quite excited about that. Just goes to show that some of these major developments are some time in the works when you think about the time that's taken not only to work up to the point of a formal application. That could be months and years sometimes in the works. Then you've got the development, and then you've got the operational side of it. So sometimes it appears that we transform overnight. That overnight transformation took years, but it appears before us rather quickly when it happens. So we're quite excited to see us getting close to realizing that, and I know Ms. Bején has got efforts underway as well to to expand on other operations on the job creation side. And the talent attraction side too, to make sure that we've got the appropriate talent in our community and in and around our community that, high-value employers would be looking for. That's a very important part that often isn't discussed because we think of the business, but the business is also looking to reside in a location where they can attract the talent that they need when they need it. So I know that's something that's very much on Ms. Béjean's radar. Clerks and council support on page 36. You can see starting to resume kind of post-COVID activities again, such as civil ceremonies. So you can see that starting to go up. A couple of things I wanted to mention, the council and committee meetings. You're going to see that bar go up considerably. It rises by about 50% we project in 2023 with the reintroduction of the committee and council meetings. So we're going to see a pretty significant increase in meeting activity. And also on the Freedom of Information requests, what we're seeing through 22 and continuing into 23 is not only a significant rise in individuals seeking information, but in complex Freedom of Information requests that are coming in. Right now, alone, we have 5, if my number is correct, I'd check with the clerk, but I believe it's 5 appeals to the Information and Privacy Commissioner on specific FOIs. So those are very time-consuming, they're very intense, and we have to handle those appropriately because they're legislatively governed. And so we're seeing a pressure point there, and you'll see some a new budget request that has come in, and we apologize for it seeming late in the process, but responding to some of this as well as some other things that we've been hearing as part of these council deliberations to date. So we'll get to that when we get to new initiatives. Madam Mayor, on page 37, environmental initiatives, I couldn't be happier to be working with Ms. Ross, our environmental initiatives coordinator. She's been here now about 7 months and is really making a huge impact in sort of that centralized coordination of our environmental program, and I think we're going to see some really good things continue to happen in 23. Just some interesting information that Ms. Ross was able to put together about our hybrid service delivery model, which means you can work from anywhere, and so you're not always in the same spot every day. The impact on reduced travel alone has had the impact of avoiding approximately 36 tons of CO2 into the atmosphere. So some really nice environmental impacts that we're seeing from some of our new and improved modernized ways of doing business. And then the slide or the image on the bottom, number of corporate-wide initiatives, is really an excerpt from the workshop that was done on January 18th. So, Madam Mayor, that sort of takes us through some of the metrics, and I did elaborate a little bit on those metrics because they really build on what we see as our business plan priorities for 2023. So unless there's questions, I will move to a little bit of an overview of the operating budget.
Councillor Lahey, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. I have a question regarding the use of space and office space in the various facilities that the town owns or rents. And in terms of, I'm aware there's an assessment being undertaken. When will that assessment be ready? Because I think it's important to take into consideration, as you mentioned, people are working virtually and we're saving, the environment in terms of the carbon and as well. But what impact will employees working from home have on our space usage?
Madam Mayor, through you, and I'll ask Mr. Karmazin just to provide us with an update on the estimated timing for the deliverable on that. But what I can say is we see not only an improved, impact on the environment, but we see very significant cost avoidance in terms of additional capital facilities and operating costs to operate facilities as we make better use of the space that we have, rather than having to add space as we grow. So the impact is going to be very, very significant financially, which is a great benefit to our residents. And also, at the same time, we're actually improving sort of the way in which residents both access programs and services from us, but also how we interact and engage. And I used the example this morning. So it's got a multitude of benefits, but I will ask Mr. Karmazin perhaps just to let us know what approximate timing he sees for the facility review.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, we're anticipating the space needs analysis will be complete and reviewed by staff and reported back to council in Q2 of 2023.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm now on to page 38 of 310 in the binder. It's the operating budget. The operating budget has a few moving pieces here, but I'm going to try and highlight where the more significant ones are. As the write-up says on page 38, salary and benefit, step and merit increases, and benefit adjustments accounts for the bulk of the change in there. But there are a couple of other things. You can see the software licenses increasing. We spoke about that on January 10th during the workshop in terms of what was driving the software licensing costs, and in particular our move to sort of hybrid program and service delivery and work environment. Our MS 365 licensing makes up the bulk of that. An increase in training and development, and I did want to point out, if you look on the page 39, you can see the number going up quite considerably there for training and development. In the write-up, it says approximately 20,000. It's actually 20,124 to be exact. The bulk of that is an increase in our customer service area, that we're looking to provide some really enhanced training for our frontline staff that are going to be working with the new system and trying to increase our level of consistency, that sort of no wrong door, one-stop shop approach. I do want to let you know, though, that we're not simply increasing the budget without looking for internal opportunities to offset. So, for example, in the communications column, we reduced our materials and supplies number by about $3,000 and put that into training and professional development, just as an example of where we do actually try to move dollars around, use them as wisely as we can before we look to, add dollars, so to speak. So I just wanted to point that out, that there's been attempts to do that. Likewise, under the economic development area, we can see an increase in the advertising line as compared to last year, if we look at last year. But what we've done is we've reduced the materials and supplies line by about $6,000 so that we can raise that. So there's an example of where, if you compare it to last year, you'd see one going up and one going down in order to sort of better use the resources that we do have. Madam Mayor, the most notable item of change really is the fact that we had the election in 2022, and so there was a significant amount. You can see that under in the row contracted services, a lot of that is for election-related temporary staff and contracted service support that we needed to conduct the election. So that's why that's dropping so dramatically, because we're not running the election again in 23. Won't do that until 26 again. And the other thing I wanted to point out is if you go down to contributions to reserve, you'll see that the contribution to reserve amount has gone up by 116,666. It's the second last row from the bottom. And that's because we're now putting money away in anticipation of the next election. And so if you multiply that by 3, you end up with the provision that we're looking to set aside, plus a little bit of money that's sitting anticipated in the year-end reserve balance will, we believe, set us up to be able to conduct the next election with the budget funds that are required. So those are really the highlights, if you will. I don't think there's really a lot here, but I wanted to go into a little bit of detail on some of that just so you knew what some of the thinking was.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johns?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for the presentation. I just wanted to follow up by recognizing the software license and maintenance and the investments that are being made in the CRM. I've had the privilege of working. I've worked with 3 different organizations where I've helped two Salesforce implementations and 1 HubSpot implementation, and I recognize the incredible value that this is eventually going to provide to us and to the residents as well, not just to us, but the residents for sure. The investment of the initial $300,000 that was made in the previous budget, when I saw that, I was like, that great number. And then I saw the investment again on the $300,000. And so I guess what I'm looking for is a little bit of clarity on the second year on the 300. One, have we already spent the first 300? And then and what are we doing with that next 300? And then I know that in this world of like a Netflix number, the fact is that these companies love the ability to, once everything's set up, ability to charge monthly, because that's how people think, $10 a month, $20 a month kind of thing. And so I'm wondering, building in those contingencies, we're like, you've got a 0.5% increase in our budget on that one line item alone. And I'm wondering if that is an ongoing thing that you see, or is it going to be after next year, it will be tightened up? Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, on the software licensing, we see that continuing. And we see it continuing for a couple of reasons. One is in supporting our ability to sort of function in this new sort of an improved manner. So that'll be sort of a cost of doing business, I would say. And the other thing it's doing for us is it's helping us to essentially outsource and rely on some of these large platforms to help bolster our security over information and system access. So there's a system security element to that as well that is very much a part of what we see as part of the rationale.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one follow-up question. So just for clarity purposes, we as a council can expect to see that 0.5% increase every year in this area for the ongoing costs on that CRM?
Madam Mayor, my apologies, I may have misunderstood the question. What I would see is us essentially getting to a point that I think we're plateauing on that annual cost. So I don't see that going up incrementally every year at this rate moving forward. I see us being now at a point that we've got a pretty adequate level of software access, support, tools at our disposal. Our emphasis in 23 and 24 moving forward is going to almost shift a little bit to now training and supporting our staff to better utilize the tools that we have.
Great. Sorry, and just in follow-up, because I realized I didn't quite get the response on did we already spend the first 300,000 before we're going to approve the next 300,000 on that capital side?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm not at the capital yet, so perhaps I'm talking about something different. I'm still on the operating budget. I thought we were talking about software licenses.
Which we are, and I just simply jumped to it because of the theme. If we are approving the investment in the software licensing, then it becomes an ongoing operating cost. Like the investment in the capital will deliver the operating cost, and so while we were talking operating, I wanted to tie in the capital.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and that makes perfect sense. Appreciate that. Yeah, the investment in the software, which has been the large driver, software and hardware investments over the last couple of years, for the most part, have been made at this point, and so now it's a matter of simply continuing to use those tools and support the use of those tools. So I don't see, and in fact, when we get to capital, and I think I mentioned it in the workshop on January 10th, when we get to the capital side, there's currently a request in for 300 again in 23. We see that request being able to be reduced at this point, probably closer to about 225. So you'll see a pretty significant reduction in that when we get to that slide. So my apologies if I was sort of not drawing the link to the capital, but it's a really good observation. And
Yeah,
question.
and my apologies too if I wasn't. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And we did get it sorted out.
We did.
Any other questions, comments at this point? Thank you. Go ahead. I see why I can't see her hand there. Yes, go ahead, please. There. Very good. Thank you.
Are you referring to me, Madam Mayor?
I am so.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Valchich, can you explain a little bit more, or perhaps I missed it, the contributions to reserves are climbing from 80,000 to 196. What was the rationale behind that? That's quite a bit of a jump.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The answer to that is if you go back to 2022, there wouldn't have been a contribution to the election reserve because we were actually conducting the election in that year. So we were pulling from reserve and using the money to run the election. We're now resuming our 3 year of contributions into the election reserve. So that's the largest change from last year.
But last year we contributed $80,000 to reserves towards the election. Now we're contributing $200,000.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. 80,000 of that contribution is actually going to the Information Technology Reserve.
Okay.
So the increase for 2023 is strictly for the election reserve.
Okay, so we're increasing our operating expenses on software and maintenance. We're increasing our investment in training and professional development, and we're adding to our IT reserve.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that 80,000 has been consistent for the last couple of years. So that hasn't changed. The change that you see in the 2023 budget is the reinstatement of the election contribution.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Marshall, I'm wondering, the election seems to create some wrinkles in our budgeting cycle. I wonder if it's more, if it might be more appropriate for it to be treated as a capital item, so that you don't have such dramatic swings in your operating budget when you talk about contracted services and leasing equipment and so on, that it's a one-time expenditure once every 4 years. Any thoughts on that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yeah, the election, the way it's that we have it every 4 years creates a bit of an anomaly because it kind of borders between an ongoing annual operating expense and a one-time capital expense. So most municipalities treat it as an operating expense because there are operating expenditures that go through it. There's staffing that happens. There's small equipment rentals, which would be considered operating. So it is actually more suited for an operating program. The issue is that you only do the expenses once every 4 years. And so it causes a bit of a wrinkle, but we have been looking at that, trying to see how we could report it better, but I think right now we've kind of landed on it as continuing in the operating program.
Mr. Valsark?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I like the, well, I guess, question, but I guess I'm going to interpret it as a suggestion from Councilor Reddy Clemente. I think it would be useful, actually, to find a way to separate that out. 'Cause it's a little awkward even for us when we're looking at this and saying, well, you know, we had a 98% reduction in this line and a 100% increase, and then it's really because of a time-specific project, which really the election is a project every 4 years. That's what it is. It has a defined beginning and end, and then you don't do it for 3 years, and then you start again and you do that project again. So Mr. Marshall's right. It has a lot of operating kind of facets to it, but we will work with finance to see in subsequent budgets, and particularly in election years, if we can separate that out so that it doesn't muddy the waters, so to speak, on the regular operating budget. I think it's a good suggestion.
Mr. Marshall, go ahead, please.
Yes. As we're working through it right now, one of the ideas that has come through is that we have a corporate-wide section that would separate it from the ongoing departmental information, and we could have that separated so that it doesn't make additional noise in the departments. And it still allows us to get that annual tax levy contribution.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, any comments, questions?
No, it was just an observation that I wanted to raise, and I've planted a seed with staff, and I'll leave it with them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'm now just going to very briefly go through the previously approved capital projects. I'm looking at my addendum package number 3, but I know there's been a few versions of this. I don't think the corporate services area has changed, but I'm looking at something that says page 1 of 5. This will speak to a little bit of, I think, what Councillor Johns was asking about, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just going to go through these quickly. There's a handful that are being proposed to carry forward. Sustainability and climate change program management. I just want to let you know that's the dollars we have available to fund our position, which is Ms. Ross's position. So you're going to see that with a request to continue that. My perspective on that is once we get through 2023, we'll want to do an assessment of the potential desire to make a position like that permanent in our organization. Personally, I think it's something that...
Sorry, if I could interject and not be rude, I just want to raise my hand on ignorance. I don't know where we are on the sheet. So
Thank you.
I'd rather stand in front of saying I don't know what's going on versus...
Madam Mayor, thank you. I can clarify.
Which sheet are we looking at?
So we're looking at a sheet called previously approved capital project status.
But it was in this packet. There it is.
My apology. I'll wait moving forward until I make sure
Sorry,
everyone's got that.
thank you for the...
Yeah, no worries. And just so council's aware, I'm looking at CS 22-012. Just so we're clear what row I'm looking at. It's the first one under Corporate Services Strategy and Admin. So, Madam Mayor, so anyways, what I was starting to say there is, we're not, at this point, having a staffing request in 2023, but I wouldn't be surprised to see that potentially emerge in 24 as we, start to see some further results and then look to assess, the viability of having a position like that, which I happen to think is making a big difference moving forward, staying in our complement. So, but that's for a future discussion. You can see there's a little bit of work continuing on with website redevelopment, that tool's been in place now for a couple of years, but there is a little bit of budget money still there being used as we need to conduct updates and so on. The CRM, which is 21001, that project is continuing. We see implementation happening within probably the first half of 23, and then starting to utilize that system through the balance of 23, and really starting to probably see it in higher gear as we roll into 24. But that project has been a very significant one for us, and we think will make a big difference. And then there's a few under the IT services. I just want to go back, though, and answer the question about municipal modernization, because there was a question about, are we doing it again? Part of what that money has been used for in the beginning, infancy of the program, was putting it towards sort of software, it could be hardware purchases, consulting services to implement major software systems, project-related support. We also use it for database analysis support. We don't have an in-house database analyst. We brought some information forward to council some time ago. It was a couple of years ago, and we compared sort of what our information management and IT resourcing looked like compared to our neighboring municipalities, and we saw that we were about a fifth of the staff complement of a municipality just to the south of us. So part of what we use this money for is to augment that team without prematurely coming forward to council with requests for additional FTE staffing. So when we get to the 10-year projection, you're going to see that there's a request for 323. You don't see it in 24, but part of what we envision is that we would slowly start to see some of those contracted resources turning to permanent resources to support our ongoing IT and information management requirements in the town. And still, we're operating at a staffing level that's far lower than most of our comparators. You can see the annual security audit and cyber breach. I just want to point out that's carrying forward. I'm pleased to report we did not have any cyber breaches that we needed to respond to in 2022. So we did not use all that money. We did undertake a third-party cyber system audit, which did result in some recommendations, which we're in the process of implementing. We're always looking to strengthen that safety net. But you'll notice when we get to the request for 2023, it's much more modest because some of this money's carrying over from 22, and we're not asking for any more than we think we might need. So we're paring some of those requests back in 23. And then again, if you go down to modernization program, the 300,000, 22,011, again, that's largely to provide for critical contracted resource help that we need for implementation and support as we're putting these processes and systems in place. We do have some carryover that we see in 22, and so as such in 23, although we've asked for 300 again, I'm suggesting that could be pared back to 225, and we think that we'll be able to work with that in 2023. So, Madam Mayor, that's the carry forward schedule. If there's no questions on that, I'm going to move to I believe our 2023 capital requests. Is that correct?
Any questions? Very well explained.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. These are a little bit intertwined, which is why I've maybe explained a little more than normally I would. Let me see here. Okay, so in 2023, going back to the small page here, so I'll put my glasses back on. So you can see, so now, just for clarity, I'm on page 101 of 310 revised. So I think, looks like everybody's, okay, so I'm now up under corporate services, strategy, and admin. I've discussed what that first line is, that 22012. That's our individual that we've got helping us with the coordination of environmental initiatives and programs. And then we've got a little bit of money. A lot of the work, I want to point out, a lot of the work will be done by Ms. Ross. However, there's certain elements that might require specialized technical insights or perspective or peer reviewing of some form or what have you. So there is some money that we're suggesting would be helpful in the budget for the development of the environmental strategy, as well as starting on the climate action plan development. That climate action plan development budget, we do expect would carry us through partly into 2024 when that gets completed. So we see that as probably a 2-year initiative as opposed to a 1. Madam Mayor, going down a little further, media relations training. This is something that council I think would benefit from and I think has expressed an interest in. It also includes training for staff as well, because it's not just about what do you do when you're in front of a camera or when you've got a mic in front of you for radio. It's about what do you do when you're surprised with a call, and sort of how to condition yourself to sort of know the proper steps to go through so that that gets processed in a way that continues to ensure that we get accurate, meaningful, and consistent messaging out as it's provided to the public. So we find that sort of training to be very helpful and useful. So I know that Ms. Hannah is working on getting that scheduled for you. In the economic development area, you can see we're looking at some continued promotional material through the Advantage EG program. The workforce development strategy was what I was mentioning earlier, and Ms. Bején is doing a great job at looking at not just, you know, what employers do we want to attract here, but what type of workers do we want to have in our community that can support the employers that would come here. And so that's what really workforce development is all about, and it's an important element that is often not discussed as part of that area, but needs to be. Continued work on downtown revitalization, and here we're not just talking about, you know, bricks and mortar and light standards and planter boxes and beautification, but how do you actually support, you know, businesses that are trying to operate and thrive in our downtown cores? And then, and you're all very familiar with our continuing work to expand broadband and bring not only expanded fiber network between our facilities, but use those as opportunities to provide additional service to some of our community areas that are in need of higher speed connectivity, which has become a real necessity in day-to-day life. Our IT services, again, that annual security audit was 40 last year. We're only suggesting 20 this year. It's not that it's less important, but we see about half of that carrying over from last year. So we don't feel we need to ask for another 40, and that would conduct some further, we want to do annual testing of our protocols at least once a year, if not a couple of times, and then we want to have a little bit of money there in the event that we do need to activate some sort of cyber breach response, which we hope, this is quite frankly a budget that we hope never to use at all, because we hope we will never have such a breach. So so we're hoping not to have to use all that. The CS 23009 municipal modernization, it says 300. Madam Mayor, I'm going to suggest that that be adjusted to 225 because we do not see ourselves needing it. And when I say that, it's not that in theory we couldn't use it. Part of what we're struggling with is quite frankly capacity and pace at which we can implement change. Like there's only so much that you can do in a given period, and as much as we've got very kind of ambitious ideas and we think we can do, you know, still many, many great things in the town, we're paring that back a little bit because we're realizing that, we have to also be realistic in terms of how much we can do with the capacity that we have.
Councillor Johns, go ahead,
Madam Mayor, I
please.
just wanted to commend the Deputy CAO for standing in front of that. Like at the beginning of this meeting, I talked about this 13% increase that I was first greeted with. And I think that, recognizing differences between operating and capital budgets, I still think there is tremendous value in what we are doing right now. And to have you stand in front of that and say that we're going to carve out $75,000 off of that project, that's delivering great value to the taxpayers. And I think that we just got to keep coming down from that 13%. And I think you're doing a great job. So thank you.
You might want to save that until the end. Questions, comments? I just had one regarding the downtown revitalization at 50,000. And it seems now that our 4 hamlets, each one of them could use more than the 50,000 quite easily. So I'm just wondering, is there some opportunities to take a look at the revitalization for them all, and rate them in a manner that 50,000 divided by the 4 hamlets really might do some sidewalks and a few other things. So I'm just looking for that information.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to respond to that. The intent with this little project is really to revitalize or to try to, I guess, reignite efforts to establish a business improvement area that would allow them to animate the community improvement plan, which would then allow the downtown businesses to access funding and grant programs that they're not currently able to do. So it's not necessarily meant to go right in, and it can't go into things like facade improvement, for example, but it's to build the capacity to, and to try to work with the business serving organizations to build that capacity. It's definitely, right now, because of the work that's going on in Mount Albert, that's sort of the first area of focus, but it does absolutely include the work in Holland Landing and elsewhere. So it's, that being said, I know that with the transition and moving economic development and some of the other applications that have come before council with regard to tourism, we're going to be looking at restructuring and how we may be able to perhaps accomplish some of these, if there's an opportunity to accomplish some of these goals in-house, and so that may impact this. But the intent here was really to have some additional support that could focus exclusively on the downtown revitalization efforts, and do the capacity building within the community and with the business leaders, because ultimately, in order for the BIA to be successful, you do have to have the volunteers in place, and that's typically been our challenge.
Thank you. I just see our 4 hamlets. I think that's a good expression to use for them. They all want to grow. They have businesses downtown, and each one of them have needs, but when I look at it in a broad brush, it appears that they're all different needs that they have. It's not like we can say, okay, we need to do sidewalks here, or we need to have a standard for buildings, the level of cleanliness and whatever, benches on the street, et cetera. They're all different. And I just think if we don't tackle some of this, these needs within the smaller communities, then I'm not sure who's going to at this point. We may be able to get grants, and maybe that will help seed grants as well. But it's something that long-term, if we find that we have some kind of a tender that comes in low, and there's an opportunity to have some funds that can be transferred to a need, this would be one of my greatest needs. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, I believe the last piece would be 10-year capital budget summary. So I'm looking at something that says page 1 of 9, 10-year capital. Sorry. Addendum 3, Val, could you just mention that to council?
Was in Addendum 3, and it's the green header.
So, Madam Mayor, I won't spend a lot of time on this, other than I do want to just reiterate the municipal modernization. I'd like to suggest it's really a program as opposed to a project. So that's why you see it repeating itself, because it's almost like your roads program. You invest each year to continue to maintain and upgrade and ensure that you can, have an effective system of transportation. No different here as we manage data and information and systems and program and service supports. And so what I do want to continue to suggest, which we're very proud of, is rather than us simply building initially a large, team of people, and many other municipalities have much larger teams of people, we've got a very lean team of people in our ITIM area, and we augment that with professional services, project management services, other specialized, software support services, GIS and business analyst supports. And we like to do that, and really ensure that we're comfortable that those resources are valued, are getting payback, that we're using dollars wisely before we come to council and suggest that those types of resources, be included in our complement. So that's why, you see that number continuing there. It's partly because we've kept our core staffing complement to bare bones, and I quite frankly think that's the right approach in terms of using taxpayers' money wisely and not simply adding complement before we have clarity on our business requirements and making sure that we're getting good value from every resource that we're hiring within the town. So as we move to 24 and 25 and 26, we don't show that 300 continuing, even though it's part of a program, but that's partly because as we assess through 23, the real question becomes, are we now ready for a project management office presence in the organization, which I believe we are, but we've not come forward with something like that at this point, or a little bit more robust data management and information management and GIS support as we continue to be in this very information-rich era that we live in, and it's continuing to get richer and richer. So I see this really being an ongoing program. So I would not expect that 300 would necessarily be discontinued, but we've not projected it out past 23 at this point in time, because we're sort of assessing what do our permanent staffing versus contracted support staffing requirements look like moving forward, so we're driving best value for money for residents. So that's really all I want to say about the projected 10-year sheet, and I think I've taken enough airtime for this morning, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. Questions at this point? I'm not seeing any. Oh, Councillor LaHaye, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I had a question with regard to the staffing request that has appeared rather late in the game here in terms of the budget deliberations. Would you share with us your rationale for hiring an additional position in the clerk's department?
Madam Mayor, I believe that's coming up later in the agenda. If you could hold that question, we'll be looking at all the new initiatives and resourcing requests at one point, and I'm happy to provide some further perspective on that.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, in spirit of continuing with the trend of the past, we've just prepared some resolution for council to receive the tax-supported budget, the new capital program, as well as the open capital 10-year capital status. So what I will do is put forward the generic resolution before council for this committee to receive. Sorry. So this is similar to what we have done for days 1 and 2.
Be it resolved that the Corporate Services 2023 tax-supported budget review be received, and that the 2023 new capital program for corporate services review be received, and that the corporate services open capital projects and 10-year capital status be received. I have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Crone, Councillor Crothers, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Are we ready for a 5-minute break? I think everybody's been sitting, so I'm looking at the clock at 10:30, so maybe a long 5. 10 minutes, thank you. We're back on? Terrific. And we're now going to resume the balance of today's Budget Committee meeting, starting with the Finance Department. Mr. Marshall, over to you.
I'll just introduce Mr. Marshall and his team. He's joined today with our Deputy Valadima and Carolyn Brown. Carolyn, as we know, also has a land use planning background, and she will be following the budget, starting to transition over to a new senior role in development services. Warren joined us a few years back now, initially on a secondment from York Region, and the secondment worked out so well that we ended up doing a reprofiling of positions in our organization, and he's capably served us as treasurer for the last several years. So I'll pass it over to Warren to go through the finance section of the budget.
Thank you, CAO Webster. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll refer everyone to page 47 of your binder. And if you're following electronically, it's page 26. So I'll till everyone gets there.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. So the Finance Department is made up of 3 branches. The first branch of Financial Services, which is looked after by our Deputy Treasurer, Valadima. The main responsibilities in her area include the preparation and coordination of the budget, tax and utility billing, and financial statement preparation, which includes the accounting associated with it and financial controls. The next area of the department is our Capital and Development Finance section, which is run by Carolyn Brown. And main areas of responsibility for her group include looking after the development charges and the community capital contributions, capital budgeting for the town, and our reserves and long-range reserve forecasting. The final area of finance is our procurement area, and which is looked after by Mike Garrier, who's the manager of procurement, and he's responsible for coordinating all the competitive bids and procurement for the town. So our department consists of 13 staff and 1 contract. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So this is a list of our key priorities for 2023, and I'd like to highlight a couple of them. So one of the key things that a municipality has to do is prepare financial statements and pass annual budgets. So our group looks after those. So for 2023, we'll be producing financial statements. So the minimum requirement under the Municipal Act is to produce financial statements, which consists of 4 individual reports. What we started in 2018, so those reports, if you don't do financial statements or read financial statements on a daily basis, they're hard to understand. So for the 2018 year end, we produced an annual report which explains the financial status of the town and gives some forecast of what we're looking at in the future. And that report actually won a government financial officers award for presentation, and we've won that award for the last 3 years, and hopefully we'll win that again for our 2021 financial statements. Our budgeting, so this is one of the few years that are a bit of an anomaly where we'll end up passing 2 budgets in 1 year. So in a few months, we'll be at this table again, looking at the 2024 budget. Don't shoot the messenger, but that's what we'll be doing in a few months. So, and that's just a result of the election that has pushed things, delayed things a bit. So, so one of the other things that I wanted to raise was about our financial system. So our financial system that we use is called VADA My City, and it was introduced in the town in 2006. So and a couple other municipalities in York Region use the same system, and they introduced it around the same time. So one of the things we did in 2018 was to take a look at assess the financial needs of the corporation and of our residents to see how we could improve what we're able to get out of that system. So we undertook an analysis with the assistance of the internal audit staff of York Region, and they determined that with the system, we should try to see what we can get out of that current system and max it out and see what we get out of it and see if it can produce what we need for our residents and for our staff. And we've done that. We've rolled out things like online services, the portal that people can access their bills and account information, and it was pretty successful. So we've taken another look at it, and we've realized that we've kind of maxed out the system. So there are things that we want to do to continue to provide better service to our customers and internally that the system probably can't do. So we've engaged a third party to do another needs assessment to find out what we need to do to enhance our processes. So one of the things that's coming out of that review that's just being finalized is that we have to update our processes to make sure that we've caught up to what our improvements have been. The other thing that they are suggesting is that we look for another system that will get us to the next level. So for your information, the other municipalities in York Region that are using VADM are doing the same thing. So one has actually already replaced VADM, and the other one is in the process of looking at a replacement. So they've experienced the same limitations that we're experiencing. So in our work plan for 2023 is to develop a roadmap to get us to the point where we're updating our processes, and then to the point where we can start looking for another system or some upgrade to the system that we don't think will really be available, but that is still an option for us. So that's another key deliverable for us in 2023. The other thing is our development charge bylaw. So if you recall, we had tabled an amendment to our DC background study and bylaw to account for the increase in costs for the Health and Active Living Plaza. And then the More Homes Built Faster Act came in and kind of turned things in a different direction. So right now we're looking at options on how we can move forward with that. And so that's a priority for us in 2023 to look at some options on our background study and bylaw. And of course, the other thing is to do some further analysis on the More Homes Built Faster Act and see how we can adjust and kind of mitigate the impacts that act has had on our finances. So I'm happy to take any questions on those initiatives.
Councillor Leahy, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, thank you through you to Mr. Marshall. Thank you for that report. I have a question regarding because it was prior to my addition to the council here now, this new term, with regard to the changes that you're looking to make in the bylaws for development charges, is this to change them to allow us to make one-time exceptional uses to pay for the Health and Active Living Plaza and other expenses?
So through you, Madam Mayor, the purpose behind the amendment was in our background study, we include costs that we want to collect from the development industry to pay for the facility. And the amount that we had in the bylaw at the time was lower than the tendered amount. So we wanted to adjust the amount that we included, so we were collecting the full amount of the cost of the facility.
I'm not seeing any other questions.
Okay. All right, so if we can go to page 49, and we'll talk about some of our performance indicators for finance. And some of these are more corporate as opposed to just our department. So this first set of metrics looks at our reserves and our reserve balances. And as you can see, we're doing pretty well in terms of reserves. Our development charges, you see that spike in 2021, and that's due to the approximately 1,200 building permits that we had processed in 2021, so that we had a little spike there. But want to caution, but what you'll see in probably 2023 and 2024, that those balances going down because of the advanced construction of the health and active living plaza. On our asset replacement side, we've been making progress with our water and wastewater asset management reserves. We've been trying to follow the recommendations of Hempson Consulting, and we've been pretty close in our contributions in that area. And the operating side, operating reserves, the main one is our development and fee supported. And once again, that the spike you'll see is due to the increase in building permits that were issued in 2021. So if we can go to the next slide. Our annual taxes that we collect in 2022, we collected $78.4 million in taxes. 40% of that goes to the region. 23% of that goes to the school board, and we keep 37% of that for our operations. On the development charges and community capital contributions, you'll see once again that spike in 2021. Interesting to note, in 2022, we're anticipating to collect about $12 million in development charges, even though our building permits were significantly reduced from 2021. The key thing to note on that is $7 million of that was from one development. So, and that was kind of interesting to note. So, our number of accounts in water and tax, we have about 14,000 tax accounts and about 10,000 water accounts, and that's the water accounts have increased fairly steadily, and tax accounts have remained pretty consistent. So account changes. So these are changes that happen when ownership changes or a tenant moves in and out, and they change the information on their tax or water accounts. And you'll notice that we have about 3,200 changes in accounts that we processed in 2022, and that's about a 44% increase from 2018. And you'll see later that that is resulting in an increase in fees that we receive by doing those changes, but it also impacts the amount of work that our staff have to do to process those changes. Next slide, please. So this page is more about our online presence. Our online services, we introduced online access to account information in January 2021, and right now we have about 6,400 accounts that are using their online services to access their accounts, which is about a 30% increase from 2021. So it's increasing, it's doing well. We'd like to get it higher though. Similar to accounts on e-billing, we started offering e-billing for water accounts in October of 2021 and for tax accounts in January of 2022. So you'll see about 16% of total water accounts are on e-billing, and about 8% of our tax accounts are on e-billing as well. And as I had mentioned yesterday during the water and wastewater presentation, we're going to start doing some more promotion to try to increase those numbers. So accounts paid through online banking. So that's when you log into your bank account and you pay your bills. And so one of the bills would be for either East Gwillimbury taxes or for water accounts. About 2/3 of our payments that we receive are through online banking. So, so that is also things that are processed through the finance department as well. And that's an increase of about 250% from 2019, but part of that is due to us changing to monthly billing from quarterly billing, so we're receiving more payments. But still, it is increasing fairly significantly. And then in terms of our online payments through our website, we had started offering that in June 2022 for water and tax and pet licenses, and for parking tickets in August of 2022. And right now, the stats that we had provided at the time say about 900 payments that we have received, and current data shows that we've received about 1,325 payments through our website. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions about our performance metrics.
Councillor Crown, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you too, Mr. Marshall. Thank you for this information. The graphs are fascinating. The e-billing one in particular, I know we took on an extra expense when we went to monthly billing. I think it was the right thing to do to help people budget their monthly bills a little better. I was just wondering if we've done any calculations to figure out if is there a break-even point where we get so many people on e-billing that it offsets some of the increases in the monthly billing charges that we've had? Has there been any calculation in that regard? Do we have a target? I'm an old sales guy, so I like targets and goals and things like that, so just curious.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the e-billing is pretty new, so we haven't really set a firm target yet. We wanted to get our foot in the door and make sure that we had things rolling and things were working well. To me, this is no data or scientific information. Like, I think if we had 50% of our accounts on e-billing and 50% still doing the old way, I think that would be like everyone is a savings to us. So if we had 50-50, to me, that's a good start for something that's just been kicked off. So that's kind of in my mind where our goal is for the next year or two. But it has no statistical support behind it.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, not at all. Sorry, that was the delay there.
Slow hand.
There you go. No, I just wanted to make a comment back on page 49 in the asset replacement reserves, and the call out on the tax supported, and I'm looking at the final amount and seeing that growing. I think that as a municipality with our $2 billion in assets, and I see that on the uncommitted reserves, and we're looking at that asset replacements and seeing that $14 million there. I think that a fact that we are debt free and have that $14 million, it's a great start. And I think that, but as I've said in a previous meeting, I am concerned about $14 million against the $2 billion. And so I'm glad to see this chart, but I'm also glad to see that that infrastructure tax levy there, $20 a year per average household. I think that beginning to address and stand in front of the fact that 30% of our assets are aging in the next 10 years, they need to be reviewed. So I'm glad to see that the second slide, right after development charge reserves, was talking about asset replacements, because asset replacement and investments in our infrastructure is extremely important, so thank you.
Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, please.
So if we can move to the next slide, please. So our budget summary on our operating program this year, there's a couple of key drivers that are influencing our operating program for 2023. One is our salaries, and we have an increase of about $71,000. $45,000 of that refers to the project that I had spoken about in the discussion on our key priorities. So we want to start looking at our business processes and financial processes, and we're looking at getting a resource mid-year to help us do that review and update those processes. We're also hoping that we have that resource to help us with some of the development charge administration that is going to be required under not only Bill 23, but Bill 108 and 138. So some of those administrative burdens, we're going to need a bit of support on, so we're hoping to get that resource to help us with that too. The balance of the $71,000 increase is for step increases and progressions for staff. Another key or another major area of increase is our staffing and professional or our training and professional development and memberships. So we undertook a bit of a reorg in 2022, and we had some staff that retired and some that moved on, and actually one came back. But with that, we've have staff in new positions, and they're earlier in their career progression right now than. So they've all expressed interest in advancing their education and training. So that is something that's good for us as a corporation, and it's good for them so they can learn and develop. So they not only can they do their current job better, but looking at other opportunities within the organization to advance. So it's, in terms of percentage, it's a significant increase, but in terms of dollars, the programs that we're looking at, so right now we have, I think it's 5 staff members that have professional designations, and we have 4 staff that are pursuing a professional designation. So those courses are not cheap. They're not like your traditional seminar or whatever. So that's why you see the significant or more than you would expect as an increase for a department that's our size. The other areas that we're looking at an increase on is our audit services. As some of you are aware that we renewed our audit contract, and with that audit contract there was an increase. So that's a $4,500 increase for 2023. Our bank fees and payroll, our payroll costs have gone up. The payroll processor implemented an increase to their rates, and with the increase in volumes that we have in terms of payroll processing, those costs have gone up about $9,200. And finally, courier and mail processing, the increased amount of bills that we are issuing has created a $5,000 increase. But these costs are offset by an increase in the revenues that we are receiving through our account fees, and we've been experiencing that over the past couple of years, so we're confident that that will continue. And so overall, our increase is about $60,000 or a 4% increase on our overall budget. So I'm happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you. Questions? I'm not seeing any. Well done.
I'm beating them
Madam
down,
Mayor,
I guess.
there is one from the internet.
If you raise your right hand, I can see you. If you raise your left hand, I can't.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. I have a cat on my lap, so I'm balancing a cat with my budget binder. And so there's a bit of a juggling act going on here. My question relates more to it's sort of an enterprise-wide question with respect to training and professional development. So while I don't have a major issue with us investing in our staff, I'm looking at our overall training and professional development budget, and we're increasing it by 19% this year. I'm wondering historically what that looks like, because I know that's important that we invest in our staff. And I just want to have an understanding of historic investment and what that budget line looks like pre-pandemic. I know it dropped during the pandemic because those conferences and professional development opportunities were limited. But I just would like to have a sense from a corporate-wide stance what our policy is on professional development, and what do we have, and this is a larger question, I realize this, but what do we have in place to ensure that those investments are being realized in value given back to the organization, i.e., are we sending people on courses just because they want to, or is there a need to do their job? And if so, if there's a professional designation that we're helping them towards, are they sharing in that cost? Or are they required to work for us for a certain period of time? I just would like a better understanding at a higher level of what we're doing in that budget line. And that's not a question for today. That could be a question for later, but through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Marshall and perhaps Ms. Gandhi. Thanks.
Thank you. Later day.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be time to do a bit of background work on it, I'm sure. Okay.
So with that, I'm going to move on to the previously approved capital projects, which is your pale blue sheet here that you've received in your addendum package. And I'm going to refer you to the bottom of the first page of that package here. So currently we have two projects that are on the list. One is actually completed, and that's, I referred to it earlier, upgrade to our financial system to help us have an online presence for our customers, and that's completed and proposed to be closed. The other project was for a project that was requested back when Bill 108 and 138 came out. And so it was to look at a community benefit charge strategy, but then the legislation changed again. And so instead of looking at a strategy, we did a bit of work on whether it was beneficial for us to actually undertake this strategy. And it determined that it wasn't beneficial for us at the time to do that, as we already have other things in place. So there are a couple of, there's an invoice that's outstanding for, I think it's about $6,000 that hasn't been processed yet. So once that's in, we'll be able to close that project.
Thank you. Questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. Councilor Roy Clementi, go ahead, please.
I couldn't remember which hand you wanted up. So the $6,000 that we spent on the community benefit strategy, what was the deliverable on that, given that it was a modest amount of the overall budget? Was there a deliverable for it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, there was. They did some research on what other municipalities were doing in terms of their community benefit strategy. They also looked at what a community benefit charge would look like in East Gwillimbury, and it actually would have raised about $300,000 over 10 years, and would have been kind of cross-pollinating with our community capital contributions. So They said at this point in time with our development that we have, it wasn't worthwhile to do that, to develop a charge for that. And once we get some more high-rise developments coming in, which is the basis of the community benefits charge, you can only charge, collect it on units that are over 5 stories and have more than 10 units, which we don't really have at this time. They said once we start getting more of that, then we should revisit that. So,
Okay. So this was a Bill 109 thing, if I recall.
yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Go ahead, please.
So we don't have a capital request for 2023. So I'm going to refer you to the 10-year summary, which is the green sheets. And I'm going to refer you to the second page of that sheet. So in our 10-year plan, we have 3 projects. 2 are traditional projects that we've usually carried. One is to do a water financial plan, which is required by legislation every 5 years. And as I had indicated earlier, Hemson Consulting had done our water financial plan before. So we go out to RFP every year, and so they're the ones that did it this time, but we're planning on having a consultant do that in our next round of requirements. We have a placeholder for work for our development charge and community capital benefits charge study, and that's to help us look at whether it's the right time to implement a community benefits charge at that time, and if we need any assistance with our development charge background study and bylaw. However, we do our bylaws and background studies in-house, and that's under Carolyn Brown's area, and so we traditionally haven't used much of that, but we keep it as a placeholder just in case. The main one that you'll see here is this relates to a financial system upgrade, and I had mentioned earlier that we're looking at a roadmap as to looking at how we improve our processes and if we need to actually go out and implement a new system. So this is just a placeholder. We'll be coming back once we've done our review of our processes and areas like that, and we'll be coming back with a firmer request at that time, but this is just to put it on the map. We're looking at doing something. So I'm happy to answer any questions on.
I'm not seeing any.
Okay. So with that, I think that's the end of our department. Review. Department review. Yes, I don't want to be out of a job right now. Thanks.
Through you, Madam Mayor, given that there are no more questions, there is a prepared resolution to receive the tax supported as well as the open and 10-year capital for finance. So I'm just going to put that on the screen before you. So there is the resolution, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Be it resolved that Finance 2023 tax-supported budget review be received and that the Finance open capital projects and 10-year capital status be received. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Johns, Councillor Lehey, all those in favor? And that's carried.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the next area that we'll be looking at is the Office of the CAO with CAO Webster.
Thank you, Treasurer Marshall. We're starting to get towards the completion. We have my office and the council budget still remain for this morning. I'll start on page 21 of 310, if I may, and it just has our high-level conceptual organization chart. The actual organization chart has myself accountable to the mayor and council. And I think that's an important element to bring up, is that council determines community outcomes and objectives, and it's under the responsibility of my office that we make sure we get things done the best we can. If you can see the chart, I'll just go through it briefly. Corporate services with regard, and the deputy CAO. Importantly, the areas that I mentioned this morning, and I did overlook, and I want to correct, IT and business transformation, modernization is a real key area there, as well as our environmental stewardship and initiatives. And I am proud to report today that Chris Ross, our environmental sustainability manager, is in Ottawa at the FCM Sustainability Conference representing East Gwillimbury. So that's great for her and great for us, and that searching out for best practices as well. Margot Bajin is not away today, but she's currently at the EDCO conference, I believe, virtually. So we're continuing to network even though we're busy with budgets. You can see that the Human Resources branch is again under my office. We have the director. Our existing director is currently on leave. We wish her well, and we do have Meeta Gandhi in as our acting director there, and I'll cover that off later in this presentation. Legal and Property Services with Janice Ingram at the helm. It's a small but mighty team, and has done a terrific job in the past many years helping us to provide cost-effective legal services to council and for community outcomes as well. As well, we have our library CEO, reports in through here, accountable to the board. That's why it's a dotted line. The CEO, Angela Ramsey, is part of our senior management team and has done a terrific job over the past many years, particularly coming to notoriety through her role she played with our COVID team through the last 2.5 years prior. Just to go through the departments, you'll see we have the finance area, development services, CIS, our public works area, and CPRC, what people most used to call Parks and Rec, but we've tried to modernize the titles. And last but not least, the very important area of emergency and community safety services. So that's our organization chart. It currently has 177 full-time positions. This budget has a number of positions that are hopefully going to be converted from contract or other means to become full-time, as well as there's some other considerations regarding emergency services and other areas for adding to the complement. If I may, just to give a fulsome account, we also have approximately 200 part-time at any given moment for our programs and services, primarily in Aaron Karmazin's area working. And as well, our composite model for emergency services continues to have about, at any given time, approximately 60 paid-on-call volunteers and paid-on-call volunteers that proudly serve our community as well. The next pages, if I may, pages 22 and 23, are something that we've developed over many years of doing business plans and budgets. And this is council's corporate priorities, and it is embedded in my area. We may want to look at moving this in future budget years. And really what it is this is a high-level summary of the key objectives the council has tabled as the primary ones. And so really what it is it takes from each of the departments you've heard to date a highlight and summary of the key initiatives, as I've said. It allows to my mind, for some focus at the council level and in my office to make sure we're doing not just the right things, but we're also doing things right. And I think we've had some discussion through the strategic plan process of how important this is. This current one you're looking at is in the 4 pillars or outcome objectives of our prior strategic plan, but it has been morphed into the new 5 planned objectives that is under consideration. Just was wondering if there's any comments up to this point of the presentation.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. It's certainly an exhaustive list. I'm wondering I don't want any more time put into this at this point, but just thinking forward, we're going back in the budget cycle in a number of months. When this comes back to us again, I'm hoping we can avoid the continue language and try to be more specific about what's going to be done. For instance, just pulling one off the list, continue to support broadband expansion. How is that different than last year? What will happen this year? I think that by taking out the word continue, it forces you to think about what exactly is the priority objective for this current year. And if there's not one, if it's just I'm going to continue to, come into work every day, that's just an expectation of the job, it's not actually a priority, right? So when this comes back next time, if we could look at taking out the continue language and be specific for the year, I think that it would help us see what your priorities are for the year. Thanks.
I think that's helpful advice and something we can certainly work on.
Any other questions, comments? Not seeing any. Go ahead, please.
The next page of the business plan and budget has our human resources area, and you can see that is a real deliverer of our employee recruitment, our onboarding, our retention, our team development, our personal development. Very important area. Just as a context to this, we just in the Q3, Q4 completed a townwide survey. We're going to be sharing the results with council in the coming sessions. We are following up at a staff level, and just some highlights from that. We had a 93% participation rate, which is just outstanding. It shows a very engaged workforce. It also, given the COVID and the 2.5 years of very changed workplace, we were very anticipating what kind of results we were going to hear, and we actually scored very well comparatively to other years and compared to other organizations. So that's good news. We're identifying at the departmental level and at the corporate level work initiatives that we want to identify and move forward. And as well, we're having follow-up sessions, even to the point of individual input sessions with focus teams, so that we're really trying to focus on employee development. The HR area also, last year, we had an independent assessment of it done, and the results have come in. And there's a lot of work that we want to do to modernize and bring forward the HR agenda. And even in the absence of our director at this point, I'm asking Mita and her team to be empowered and to try to move our important initiatives along, and we will keep council up to date in the many initiatives. I believe there's some sessions planned to solicit input from our leadership teams in the various departments and from the elected officials as well.
We have a question here. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm looking at these key priorities and objectives, and I see nothing here about the EDI initiatives in our DIAC framework. It seems to me that equity, diversity, and inclusivity should be a core portion of what the key priorities for this department would be.
So, Madam Mayor, they are covered off in our corporate program, and on the sheets on pages 22 and 23 as a priority. They're also, at this point in time, as our organization continues to transition and morph, they're currently in corporate services and under communications. And we are looking at transitioning that portfolio to Human Resources this year as well. That's commonplace where it is in the deliverables. So, Councillor, thank you for bringing that up, but we will be modifying these work initiatives as we move towards the council adoption of the final business plan and budget.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, did that answer your question, or do you have more?
No, that's fine. If we're talking about the 2023 priorities, we want to make sure that our workforce is as inclusive and that our equity initiatives are being brought forward from a human resources lens and not just from a communications lens. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure if you can see the nods here, but we have nods. Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor,
Oh, sorry. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I've mentioned this before, when we get to environmental protection, if there is a department that's not focused on environmental protection, please leave that blank rather than trying to fill it in with something that's not really about responsible growth or environmental protection. So I think we need to just be really clear in this, and at some departments, there isn't a lot they can do for environmental protection, and that's fine. But let's not fill in these different categories because we feel we need to, because it takes away from the work that's being done in those areas with other departments. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
I agree, there's a tendency to not want to leave things blank. The metrics are primarily from our human resources area, and we've collected these over the past many years. We would like to, again, continue to expand our corporate training and empowerment for staff. We've used our staff town halls for a lot of our education sessions where we try to do a 45-minute session on a topic of interest. Our LMS system that Chris McPherson was fundamental in developing, our online system, is highly utilized by staff as well. So the dip there in 2022 is something we'd like to see corrected and to start moving to a more fulsome use of our training hours. We certainly have good budgets for it, and I think we should be utilizing them to the full extent possible. Sick days is another key barometer, and you know, some organizations are plagued with a lot of leaves and very high sick count, and we've always been relatively low compared to averages, and you can see in the last calendar years, 2 to 4 and you know, with the remote work, I think that actually helps a bit, is that we try to accommodate those that aren't feeling well, and to not have to come to the work site, but sometimes people are still able to work from home if able. So that's a statistic we continue to track. Employee turnover. Healthy organizations have turnover of change, and I've always said change is opportunity for others. We're really working on our retention and development programs as well at the same time, because every time you lose a trained, experienced employee, you go through another cycle of recruitment and training and development. So it's a statistic we try to keep in the lower quartile of results. The other ones are more just quantum. Resumes received, you see a nice upward trend there, which is actually great because there's a talent war now, as we know, and we are still regarded as an attractive employer. We haven't had a lot of positions where we have had no luck or no recruitment capabilities, and we continue to be an employer of choice, and that's a real goal to continue with. Job postings, you might say, geez, close to 100 postings. What have we done? Well, that includes all of them. So that's seasonals and paid on call. There was a couple of recruitment initiatives last year that occurred that trying to bolster those ranks as well. And then the following one. So those are primarily the metrics. And again, we utilize the other metrics that council's seen in the various departments to help drive our results and business decisions. If I may, at this point, move to the budget of page 28, and there's not a lot of movement.
Excuse me, just before you do, I think there's a question from the last presentation.
Okay, my
Councillor
apologies.
Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Sorry, Mr. Webster, didn't want you to get too far ahead of me. Could you go back to the slide with the turnover? All right, so I just wanted, for my own clarity, the left-hand side of the employees have left, do those numbers represent are they actual numbers or are they actual percentages?
I believe it's an FTE.
So, okay, so that's, given the size of our organization, that's still, that's a really good number, that we're having so few turnover.
10 over 170 would imply, yeah, a
That's
fairly good retention rate.
That's exceptional. So, okay, thank you, I just want to know that. Good work.
Thank you.
I'm now on page 28 of 310. The budget this year is relatively flat. We do have some steps occurring in the salaries and benefits of the HR branch and the two folks in my office. So that's a 1% pressure. Advertising with respect to recruitment and some other costs, we've included an additional amount there of a minor expenditure. But essentially, we've been able to achieve what we needed to get done within our 22 budgets and prior, so we don't have any real new requests at this point in time.
Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I've noticed as we've gone department by department, there seems to be a shift taking money out of materials and supplies and putting money into training, professional development, and memberships. But I don't see that on this one. So I took a closer look at it, and I see that there's a very healthy amount for human resources, given that there's 4 employees in that department and $53,000 in training, professional development, and memberships. I'm just wondering if that has to do with memberships or how that's broken down, because $10,000 per person for professional development seems a little bit excessive.
I believe, Counselor, the answer to that would be it's corporate costs. It's
Okay.
actually not just for the 5, it's for the 170 that costing is there, but I'm seeing nods
That
from
makes,
our fund.
okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
They'd be pretty well trained and developed if it was just the 5.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
Exactly. Someone doing their MBA.
I agree with you there.
Yeah, so it's nice to see other departments cutting back on materials and supplies, and I think that's something, that's a stretch goal I would put forward. If other departments are cutting back on materials and supplies, maybe we can see some savings coming out of that line.
I think that area too, some of these are a little cryptic, but we do pride ourselves on wear, seasonal wear for employees and things like that, and I think that is where that line item is. It's,
Okay.
we do that on an occasional basis as a recognition program, and also for the fact when our employees are in the community, we regard them as ambassadors. So I
100%.
believe that's that pressure that you're seeing in that line item.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then my last question is around the contingency. Traditionally, I understand this is not ever exercised, so I'm just wondering about, we're looking at shaving here and shaving there so we can bring the tax rate down. If this is a line that's traditionally not spent, maybe that's something that we could cut back on. Or am I mistaken?
It generally isn't spent, but it's come down over the years. So at one point, it used to be the equivalent, I believe, of a 1%, like, to put it in today's terms, 270,000. And I think it's just a cushion in case something comes in unexpected. And it wouldn't be myself necessarily using it. It might be council saying, do we have the ability to fund this program or this project? And so it's held strictly as, it's the one contingency in this budget that is still held. If council wants to reduce it a bit or whatever, I think that's subject to direction.
I think since every year we end up with mid-year savings, I don't know if there's been a year where we haven't ended up with mid-year savings. I'm not sure that it's worth having that in there. I think if something came up, I look to Mr. Marshall that there's ways to find where it might be funded from. Holding on to a contingency, that could be adding another staff person. It could be lowering the tax rate. I think that's an area that we could certainly look to for savings.
It could be part of the number discussion at the end is a way of achieving what the targeted number council wants to approve.
Yeah, especially if it's not spent. If it was something that we found we needed to dip into, that's one thing, but if it's traditionally not spent, then let's look at what we can do with that.
On that, Madam Mayor, I believe on the capital side, there's not a lot of moving pieces. I don't think we may not have to go to the, we had salary and benefit review that was enacted. It was taken out of the budget for this year, as we've just recently completed a salary and benefit review. And the latest direction from council was with regards to we would start doing it on a 4-year cycle in the midterm of the council cycle to do a salary and benefit review for employees.
We have a question from Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the CAO. The 50% increase in the advertising budget in HR, is that to bring it in line with actuals? I know that Councillor Carruthers has often challenged our staff to find different places to advertise our open positions. Can you tell me what's happening in that budget, please?
I believe that that is the answer, but it's to bring it aligned with actually what we are spending for that type of advertising. Even when you do online and go through certain associations, there is a fee to it. And we also have some funds in here for external recruitment assistance that will be utilized as well this year.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that concludes, unless there's any other questions, the CAO's tax-supported budget. There is no other elements here. And then I believe it would move us into the council budget portion of the budget, but I first ask for it to be forwarded to Clerk Lejevarde.
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor, bearing that there are no questions similar to what we've done in the past, is just receiving the tax-supported and ND open capital and tenure. So I'm just going to put forward the resolution for council.
Could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor John? Councillor Crone? All those in favor? That's carried.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the next area that we'd be looking at is the mayor and council's budget. One of the main components of that is the community initiatives as well. And so you're aware that you were part of the subcommittee that looked at that with Councillor Foster. So I don't know if we want to look at that part of the budget later when Councillor Foster returns.
I would hope that we could do that.
So
Just park this one for now and move along. He expected to be back by noon, but I'm not sure whether he will or not.
So, so through you, Madam Mayor, there's a couple of options that we have. One is we could move on to the review of the addendum items that we had presented, or this could be a time for a break, an early break if we wanted to as well. So a couple options for your consideration.
What's your pleasure, folks? What? Take a break? Sure. We'll take a break then this time, and we will have him back. I would be quite assured by the time we're prepared to come back again. Okay, so with that, we'll have a recess. I'm looking at the clock. It's 11:48. I don't remember how much time we took the last time. Was it an hour?
4 hours.
4 hours, yes. I would think that to be back at 1 o'clock, does that sound fair? I'm open for suggestions. An hour's fine. Okay, thank you. And we will break it this time. Good afternoon. We're now going to resume the balance today of our Budget Committee meetings, starting with the Mayor and Council area. I'll now turn it over to staff.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Deputy Treasurer Adema will be taking you through the Mayor and Council component of the operating budget. So I'll
Thank
turn
you.
it over to her.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. I can direct you to page 13 of the printed binder. For anyone following along in the agenda, would be page 10 on the electronic version. So the budget for Mayor and Council is made up of our Mayor and Council as well as one executive assistant. Next slide. We do have key priorities and objectives listed here. These are the priorities and objectives that have been listed throughout the last strategic plan. I expect they will be updated with the new strategic plan, but happy to take any feedback and questions if there are any on this slide. Okay, next slide. So for the 2023 budget summary, minor changes in the existing base budget as you see it presented in front of you. There is an increase in the salary and benefits line related to a merit adjustment and an increase in benefit costs. There is also an increase of 21,000 net increase, so it's a $6,000 increase for the art show that was approved in 2022 that has been removed. So the variance line in your budget chart shows 15,000. The total 21,000 relates to increased costs in town events, and I can have General Manager Karmazin speak directly to those if there are any questions about the event. The majority of the community grants and initiatives, we're going to go through from the outcomes of the subcommittee meeting for our community groups. So I can direct you to any, if there are any questions on the town events section, we can discuss that now before I direct you to the subcommittee section of the binder.
Thank you. Questions regarding the first portion? Councillor Carlos?
Thank you. We've been talking for probably about 3 years now about doing a town event for Diwali, and I don't see any money set aside in this, and if it's a fireworks event, it's going to take probably a bit of money to do. I'm just wondering if that's something that's been considered and where that would be funded from.
Through you, Madam Mayor, General Manager Karmazin can probably provide more details as to the plans. However, there is a line for community events, and those would be, that line would be for one-time events, piloted events. That's where those funds would come from.
Yeah, that wouldn't be enough to do a fireworks event. Or if we did, that would be all we'd be able to do.
Mr. Karmazin?
Thank you, through Madam Mayor. Yes, community engagement events, corporate events that we conduct in addition with corporate communications would fall under that category, community events. So if it's council's direction, we could include an amount. We have not included an amount under community events at present. However, we could cost out what it would take to provide an event as the councillor has requested and revise that figure and come back to council.
There we go. Yes, it's something we've been talking about, and so would like to know, is there going to be a staff report on it? What's the next steps on this, I guess is what I'm looking for. And then my second question is about Tapestry of Taste. When that was first brought to us, it was seed money to get it started, and as it grew, we would be able to recoup that money but I'm not seeing, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not seeing a revenue stream for Tapestry of Taste, that the budget's just increasing quite substantially. I think it's probably double what it was that first year, but I'm not seeing any offset.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is a net cost or expenditure for the event in consideration of any grants, sponsorship, or revenue funding. We have noticed, you will notice a bit of a trend, in particular with our larger events, that we've seen inflationary pressures and pressures due to supply. With COVID, there was a hiatus put on in-person events, and now what we're noticing is with the reintroduction of events, the supply of entertainers and those types of things are in high demand, and the costs have gone up significantly. What we can do is provide a plan to offset any further increases to the expenditures with increase in revenue, as well as any grants or funding that may offset any of the increases in revenue that you see before you. So we make best efforts to have our events run at cost neutral, and so any increases we would seek to offset with revenue streams or grants or sponsorships to help with that offset.
I think it's a wonderful event. It's just that I believe there's a fee to attend. It's not a free event like Canada Day. A lot of the premise of the event is purchasing food from vendors, and it's coming in at almost the same cost as Canada Day. So I'm wondering about if it is fulfilling its initial intent, which was to be a break even by charging a admission fee, charging for the vendors, and it's certainly not that anymore. So I just want to make sure that we are taking a look at that when we see the cost going up 67%. Is this still fulfilling what council originally wanted?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it will be our intent to offset as much of that $8,000 increase or uptick as possible. So that's what staff can commit to.
Is there, excuse me, is there an opportunity to gather a small group and try and work through the financial steps of it as well? I'm thinking maybe sponsorship of some description.
Through you, Madam Mayor, absolutely. Yeah, we're always looking for good suggestions on ways to pool resources, in particular, through our sponsorship opportunities, and then as well as we do have some grants that also will feed into that event as well.
And sometimes, quite often, we get started and there's a grant that appears somewhere around the province or whatever that we may be able to take full advantage. I'm wondering if we could park this one for a later time to have some kind of a meeting where we may in fact be able to include more people with some kind of a sponsorship. While we're thinking on that one, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. While we're on the topic of community celebrations, we've just missed the Lunar New Year, celebrated by Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and other members of our Asian community, and it's a significant celebration. So would it be an appropriate time now to put that on our list of topics to discuss further with Aaron in terms of arranging sponsorship or grants to host an event next year, which is on February 10th. The date moves around because of the Lunar New Year on an annual basis, but I think that would be a very welcome addition to the offerings of events that the town hosts.
We have lots of time for that one.
Yes, we have a whole year to prepare for that
So
one.
I'm just thinking that if we are going to park this one and meet at a later date, then perhaps we'll learn something from others as well and move forward at that time. Yes, Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Just to clarify, Diwali celebrating Diwali came to council as an advisory committee report. So it's already gone through the whole process. So adding Lunar New Year, I think, is a fantastic idea. So I think we should follow the process. It wouldn't be in the 2023 budget. It would be in the 2024 budget, which we'll hopefully pass in the fall. So I think it's very good to continue to pursue this and get it through the advisory committee and come before council so that we can have a discussion about how we want to see that celebrated.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of things, a couple of thoughts. Firstly, the Tapestry of Taste, as I recall, has benefited from sponsorship money. It's also been an event that we see a lot of merit in, but it's struggled because of it had 1 or 2 years and then it had to be shut down. So it didn't have time to establish itself. I'm happy to entertain further discussion about its future, but I think we need to give it a chance and let it continue to move forward. I want to echo Councillor Carruthers and Councillor Leahy's suggestions about the Lunar New Year and Diwali. I think those are events that are worthwhile celebrating and that we should have some kind of a recognition. The challenge is that I think if Mr. Karmazin is going to report back to us, it's not just about the materials and the advertising budget and the things that are required to put on the event. There's also a significant staff investment in putting on public events. I can't add up all of the events that staff are involved in, but I would imagine that it's over it's over 2 dozen. And with only 52 weeks in a year, that's a lot of planning that goes into that. And so I'm happy to request a report from Mr. Karmazin that looks at adding some more diverse celebrations. And part of the reason why we have Tapestry of Taste and the celebration of the arts was those events were supposed to try and tap into those cultural communities as well. And so there's that part of their goal and their aim as well. But I'd like to have a report back from Mr. Karmazin about these events, as well as some understanding of what staffing needs would be associated with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karmazin, it sounds like we need to have another look at several of them. I'm sitting here trying to remember how many we do and checking off in my head as many as I can remember, but I'm sure I've missed a couple along the way. So I'm wondering if a fulsome review of each one of them, as Councillor Roy DeClemente has said, how the dates, how many we have out, what is the cost to us? Do we need to have sponsorship? Is it possible? Some of them may be very attractive for companies and others may not. So just to have a look at it generally as we start into the new year. So if that's possible. Yes, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I think really think this is very, very constructive ideas in terms of how we can enhance the experiences within our community. I also think that working closely with Ms. Gandhi to see how event planning ties into our equity, diversity, and inclusion strategy so that we're not sort of planning events independent of a conscious strategy for, increased inclusion and in our community as well. So I'm sure that Ms. Gandhi and Mr. Karmazin could sort of work a little bit together on that just to see where those two intersect, because some events will be tied to the EDI strategy and objectives, and some will be just events that we have that may not have a specific EDI focus, although they should all be looked at through a lens of trying to ensure that they are as inclusive as possible. So, and I also want to mention that when we get later to the new resources that were being proposed for consideration, the one that we have on there, in fact, tries to bundle a few things, but it has a provision in there for providing additional support for events because of this very conversation that we've been hearing prior to today and again today. So be happy to speak to that a little bit more later in the agenda.
Thank you very much. Mr. Carmazin, did you have anything else to add at this time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, understood and certainly noted that we can certainly report back further on our core events that are our town, our standard town run, owned and operated events, but then in addition, the events that we would work with corporate communications, equity, diversity and inclusion, and reach out to our community to host the event in partnership with our community. So perhaps a fulsome report on our events and our events services, and we would endeavor to provide that to council. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay. Now, we did digress a little.
Okay, at this time, we can move to the advisory committee and community group requests. So that was provided in the supplemental information. Should be
Madam Mayor, before we move on, can we, I'd like to make sure that we capture the intent of this discussion, which is requiring some reporting. So I wonder, I've had a bit of correspondence with the clerk through Teams. There's a resolution requesting a report, and I'd like to propose that we consider that now so that we don't lose track of this discussion.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the resolutions placed on the screen before council. It is simply reading that the Budget Committee requests that CPRC staff report back on town events, cost and resourcing implications required to facilitate events, as well as future multicultural events, including but not limited to Diwali and Lunar New Year.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Crothers and Councillor Roy DeClemente. Any questions? All those in favor? And that's carried. Okay.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if we can move to the supplemental information. There's 25 pages that include the expenditure reports for 2022 funding from each of the community groups, as well as a summary of the new budget request for 2023. Perhaps I can turn it over to Councillor Foster, who can give us an update from this subcommittee meeting.
Thanks, Val. So Mayor Haxton, Councillor Leahy, and myself met with Warren, Val, and Carolyn. We reviewed all the 2023 budget submissions. Are we going to go through those separately as questions arise?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we could address any specific questions.
Okay. So just as kind of a brief summary, what we talked about. So regarding the committee groups appointed by council, the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee made a presentation to us. So I think we have a pretty good hold on that one. Everything else was requested the same other than the Economic Development Advisory Committee, and they actually had a decrease. So we had quite a discussion around keeping those budgets consistent with all groups. So that's going to be interesting going forward. The working groups, I guess the farmers market was the one that had most of our conversation. We talked about keeping that budget constant for 2023 and review in 2024, but there were information that we were waiting on about the parking lot construction. Did any of that come to light that we know of? I don't think any more came through. I don't think, Aaron, did you have any more on that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have put in a provision that the parking lot is complete by mid-May, well in advance of the start of the farmers market. So that was one of the terms and conditions that we had built into the developer agreement with the lot. So the hope is to have a new lot and the opening of the farmers market in May.
Okay, so hopefully that works out. We talked briefly, well, not briefly, but about the community groups. So North Union had requested shelving for storage, and we talked about whether that was going to be in Mr. Karmazin's operating budget. Was there any more information about that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is an item we can certainly include in the operating budget. It wouldn't qualify by our standards as a capital request because it's below a $10,000 threshold or expenditure. So we can certainly look at including that as a small adjustment to the operating budget. And we have made best efforts to look at internally whether or not we have access shelving at other facilities that we might be able to send over to North Union, and we do not at this point have any additional shelving. So my suggestion would be a slight adjustment to the operating budget to provide for that.
Okay.
Councillor Crone, I think you have other information as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can provide a little more information. I did speak with the chair of the North Union Group to see if, I think originally we had thought, my ward mate and I, Councillor Leahy, thought that perhaps we could ask the Parks Department if they had a few extra canopies laying around, and I think Mr. Carmen suggested at the time that it's possible they could be signed out. I think going back to the community group, I think it was their wish to have it, the canopies domiciled in their hall, and spare them the time of having to sign it out. So I think we should just leave the budget as presented at $1,800. And no, Councillor Leahy says something else.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it was my understanding when we were in the meeting with North Union that there was an actual oversight, a misunderstanding when the information was submitted to the town, and the total request was $2,800, not $1,800. So there's a missing $1,000 that we brought to the attention of Mr. Marshall and Mr. Karmazin. So the actual ask, corrected ask, is $2,800 rather than $1,800.
Thank you. Councillor Foster?
Okay, we can move forward. The remaining community groups, there was an increase on the Holland Landing
Councillor
group.
Foster, sorry to interrupt you. Councillor Roy DeClemente has
Sure.
her hand up.
Sorry, Councillor Foster. Just about North Union. Doesn't North Union also have some resources of their own? I recall that they often will make grants to community groups. They've paid for playground equipment at a local school, and they've paid for a sledge hockey piece of equipment for a local resident. Couldn't they use some of their own resources towards their activities so that it's self-sustaining?
I'm going to ask Councillor Crone.
Why are you giggling, Councillor Crone?
What do you know about this?
Yeah, that is a possibility. I don't have the treasurer's report on me handy, but that is a possibility we could explore.
Even if it's a share, perhaps? Doesn't have to be 100%, but a share to indicate that they are a part of it as well.
Mm-hmm.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, did you have anything else?
Well, that was fine. It was just, I know that committee does have some resources and raises money for itself. So instead of making a community grant after their pancake breakfast, perhaps this is what they would be putting their money towards. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I was talking about the Holland Landing Community Group, their increase of $2,600, increased to $2,600. So consensus around the room was to try and keep those budgets consistent at the $2,000. And we wanted to remind the groups and the liaisons that there is a contingency fund there that we can access if we need to. you know, it comes down to one of the deals where you have great plans and sometimes those plans don't always work. Councillor Crothers there.
Go ahead, Councillor Crothers.
I think the Holland Landing Community Group, because they do their main event in December, sometimes the plaques and the prizes aren't ordered until January. And so this is based on the actual for last year that just had to do with how the bills came in. So I think $2,000 is more than enough.
Thank you.
And we also had a lot of conversation in the group about any additional funding that those community groups may access to go along with Councillor Roy DeClementi's question. We talked about the new request to the 55 and up club. We found this one to be a little bit difficult as they do have a paid membership. So we don't want to get into a situation where we're trying to run their group and decide how they spend their money, but it was a question of how much do we assist with that and what happens with that money. We also had questions about whether how the rental is paid over there. Is that an in-kind service? I think Aaron may know that one.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is an in-kind service. They are not under any lease or permit.
Okay. We talked about an increased request for the car show group, and we thought that they were going to present, but they did not. What was the update there? I don't think I heard anything more about that.
Through you, Madam Mayor, perhaps, Madam Clerk, do you have an update from the car show? They were scheduled for a presentation, and I believe they declined at the last minute.
Just bear with us for a moment. I'm just going to check with our deputy. Through you, Madam Mayor, the car show withdrew the request to come in and present.
Okay, so their increase, I believe, was for an extra music night. So that would be the stage and in-kind services, so we can make that decision as we go forward. We did have the presentation about the routes connecting communities. That certainly seemed like good value for the money, so their increase was to $7,500. We talked about the...
Can I stop you
Yep,
right there?
absolutely.
Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Yep.
Thank you. I know we moved past the community groups. The Queensville Sharon Community Group put some annotation into their budget sheet. They were requesting, they want to hold a public skate, and they are requesting that we consider waiving the permit fee for the ice, since they're a group of council and they're a community group. And I just wanted to draw attention to that. Otherwise it would come out of their budget for the community events that they already run. So I'm just wanting to put that on the table. And I think it's appropriate if our community groups, any one of them wants to put on an event, that they don't have to pay for a permit in order to hold a meeting. It seems to me that it would make sense that they wouldn't have to pay a permit fee to have an event as well. But I'd like to raise that as a discussion point, please, and thank you.
Thank you. Thoughts? Mr. Karmazin, how much would that be for an ice rental? Just so we know what ballpark we're in.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we do have various time blocks for ice rentals. I can't recall off the top of my head the amount, but it would be a not to exceed limit of approximately $250.
I don't know if that's helpful to
Yeah,
members.
yeah, if we look at budget page 17 of 25 under tab 6, the community group had said that the EG ice rental for the community skate was $271. So if we did a not to exceed $300, and I'd like to do that as a blanket approval for all of our community groups, if that's possible.
I like the idea. It gets them out in the community, but it also gives them a mandate to bring everyone together, and where better than in our arenas. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I think it's a wonderful idea, and I think since we are reviewing our committees, maybe it's something that we can feed back into that report, and when that comes back, something that we can put in. And that's a great time to look at that.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, the other thing I wanted to raise was the car show, the Cool Country Cruise-In. The addition of music nights often creates a bit of a conflict with the neighbors, namely the Sharon Temple, who like to host weddings on weekends in the summer. So I just raise that as an issue, given that the temple has asked us for us to waive the noise bylaw so that they could have amplified music. And we struggled with that. I'm just hesitant to consider adding more amplified music on weekends into the civic precinct. And it's not that I don't support the car show. It's the amplified music that I think is causing an issue for the neighbors on Beachboro, as well as other events that may be taking place in adjacent land uses.
I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity. They always have it here at the Civic Center. And is there an opportunity, if they feel strongly about it, to move it to one of our other facilities and move it around town a little bit? I can think of a couple that neighbors aren't close by. I mean, there are always neighbors, but they aren't close by. I wonder if that's an option as well, or perhaps the fact that they haven't followed through with this as far as a presentation, maybe they are satisfied with what they've requested now without any additions.
I think the question was, Madam Mayor, too, we were unsure whether that schedule would fit in with what the temple may be doing. We don't know about their particular weddings and weekend events, so there's always that question.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, so we were talking about the Sharon Temple Museum, and we, of course, heard their presentation. And we had a thought about the community garden around the art sculpture as to whether town staff could be enlisted in both the design and maybe the construction of that garden, and was there any savings to be realized? And I'm not sure, Mr. Karmazin, if that's been given any thought?
Through you, Madam Mayor, certainly with the design, we do have landscape architecture staff in-house on staff that could assist with the design. The construction, typically, we would have to displace operations staff from their current assignments in order to construct, so that there would be a direct cost involved with that. That would be difficult to absorb. So that's typically why we would tender the project and go out to a general contractor, landscape general contractor to construct.
So we may still have to have some work to do on whether there's any savings in design and that type of thing. So we're getting late in the game. I'm not sure when we can see that. But again, I think a lot of these things that we're talking about today are going to come up in our meetings with staff regarding those committees. So we may want to put some of this aside. We talked
Councillor
about.
Foster.
Yep, go ahead.
Just before you,
Yep.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Yes. So during the Sharon Temple's presentation, I had suggested that we might also examine their annual operating levy. That we had originally tagged it to $1 per resident, and a few years ago we raised it to $40,000 before we were 40,000 people, and I'm just going to raise that again here. I'm happy to request that landscape architecture staff assist with the design as part of our in-kind contribution. Investing in capital on their property is a little bit more problematic for me, given that it's technically private property and these are public dollars that we're expending. So the temple does charge admission. I don't know if they're considering waiving that in the future, but this isn't a town park that we're looking at. This is private property that's managed by a board. So I just want us to be cognizant of that and just proceed with caution. But I do want to support the good work that they're doing. And I know firsthand, having sat in their board meetings, how challenging their financial situation is. And I think we have an obligation to support them as much as we can. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we talked about the East Gwillimbury Agricultural regarding the Sutton Fair. They had requested $1,000. Previously, it was $750. We had hoped that they were going to be able to present. They were not able to at that time for conflicting schedules. They did provide some information to us, though, that our funds go towards running the event, the ambassador programs, the 4-H club, youth activities. In the past, they have collected statistics for exhibitors, however, not for East Gwillimbury people that may attend the fair. So that one's always a difficult one to get a handle on. So I don't think there was much more that we could say about that one. Again, that one always comes up as it's kind of an out-of-town event, but we have supported it historically. Councillor Crothers?
Thank you. I'm wondering if there is a way to support EG residents directly in this fair. I'm wondering if, in lieu of giving them a check for $750 or $1,000, if we could buy entrance fees and hand them out to school groups, 4-H clubs, make them available to the library. I'm not sure how much the entrance fee is, how far it would go, but I'm wondering that way we know that our residents are benefiting from attending rather than it just going into the coffers of a very large festival.
And they still get the revenue.
Yeah, they still get the revenue.
I'm not sure how we would distribute that, but that's not a reason to not do it. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just brainstorming along the same lines as Councillor Carruthers. Again, I struggle with this. I have struggled with it every time it comes before us. I prefer to see us sponsor a 4-H group to attend. The other option might be to look at it from an economic development perspective. Maybe we sponsor the Chamber of Commerce to set up a booth and promote farm to fork. Or to promote our agricultural community here, or have a presence, have EG have a presence at the fair, and use that money towards attendance from that perspective. So use it as an opportunity for us to promote ourselves rather than simply give them money to put on an event.
It's one of those we've struggled with as long as I've been here. At one point, there was a discussion about the number of young people in East Gwillimbury Ag area that were members of the 4-H club. And I think a couple of years we had asked about membership and were able to support the fair based on the number of our young people that were benefiting from it. We've kind of drifted away from that, and I think it's probably 3 or 4 years at least that we've not given anything to 4-H. It just seems to me that we are a rural community for the most part, and that's a rural fair in the early fall, and if we can get people from East Gwillimbury to go, then that just richens our numbers there as well. I struggle with this one. I'm just not sure where we go with it. Sorry, I didn't give you the answer you wanted.
Exactly. I don't think there is a right answer. Just to continue on, we talked about the York Region Seniors Games request. Now, that's one that hasn't been held in the last couple of years due to COVID. Of course, they're hoping to return to their regular schedule. We talked about that it would be nice to, again, host something in East Gwillimbury. I think that was done in the past, but we talked about it at the time. The last one we talked about was the tourism position with the Chamber of Commerce. Of course, there were different opinions around the room. We talked about how it could be, the staffing issue could be addressed in some smaller steps. We also talked about that during their presentation. I'm not sure where we're going to land on that one, exactly how we're going to land on that one. I have some questions myself, so, and I think that's, we talked about the increases in town events, but Mr. Karmazin, I think, already went over that a few minutes ago. That's probably where we were at. Val, if you have anything more to add, or Councillor Leahy?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. To you, Councillor Foster. As the liaison to the new liaison to the Chamber of Commerce Tourism, Chamber of Commerce, we had a lengthy meeting discussing this, but I think it's part of a bigger conversation that needs to happen, which Councillor Foster alluded to with regard to whether or not tourism is going to be taken on as by the town or by the Chamber of Commerce in terms of their request for a dedicated tourism coordinator. And so if, depending on what the outcome of that conversation is, I think there's still opportunities to explore other ways of funding a position for tourism to help in terms of resources that the Chamber of Commerce has expressed that they're lacking in volunteer resources to conduct Farm to Fork tour next year. So it's an important decision that needs to be made, who is taking the Farm to Fork forward in the future. And Councillor Crone may have something to add, as he was the previous Chamber of Commerce liaison.
I have Councillor Roy DeClemente, and then go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did have a quick chat with Ms. Bégin about this item, just because I wanted to understand what our own documents say. So often what we do when we have an initiative, we go to the master plan and we say, well, what does the master plan say we should do, especially when it comes to Parks and Rec? In this situation, we have an economic development strategy, and the tourism sector is a future target sector for us. And so for me, we look at the master plan and it says, yeah, tourism is something that we're going to need to explore later, but it's not time yet, especially given that we have limited offerings and no accommodations to promote. That becomes a challenge for us to do tourism work. I'm not necessarily interested in funding an entire body for an outside organization to manage. If we want to do this, then this needs to be a contracted resource that we manage ourselves under the umbrella of economic development. That's my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I know being the liaison for the Chamber of Commerce for the last term of council, promoting tourism is something that is very important to the chamber. They've been championing it for as long as I've been with them, and so they've put forward what I would say is a bold request. That's an aggressive request. I think it deserves good debate around this table. But I'll go back to what I said during our earlier conversations in the previous budget meetings. I think as a council, we have to decide, the fundamental question for me is do we want to be in the tourism business? That's where we should start. And, to Councillor Roy DeClemente's comments, what does it say in the economic development master plan? And it may say down the road, whatever, but, today is down the road from yesterday. So we have to make a decision at some point. We can't keep kicking the can down the road. So the fundamental question before us is, do we want to be in this business this year, or are we going to kick it down the road? And if we decide that we want to be in it, well, then we can decide, then the next step is, do we want the chamber to do it, or do we want to take it internal? And to me, that's kind of the decision tree on this. My 2 cents. Thank you.
Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
I just want to say I agree with Councillor Crone and Councillor Roy DiClemente. I think that this is something that if we are going to do, we want to have that in-house, especially when they're talking about hiring a person. So that, I'm not really sure that that flies well with me, especially knowing that there's people who are paying membership to belong to the chamber. And I would expect, if I was paying membership, I would expect to get more benefits from the chamber than the business next to me that's not a paying member. But if it's tax dollars, it just creates a whole convoluted problem. So I agree, let's find out if economic development wants to take this on and have that money to support them when they do.
Thank you. Councillor Lahey, go ahead.
One last comment from me, just so that everyone is aware. The Chamber of Commerce has a planning schedule, which there is a deadline, basically, in terms of planning a Farm to Fork event for this year. It needs to be started by March in terms of the organizing and the preparations for it, in order for it to happen in October. So there is a bit of a time constraint in terms of the town and the council making a decision whether or not how they want to proceed in terms of who's taking care of that particular project this year. As the chamber has indicated that if somehow the funds are not do not come their way through whatever source, whether it's approaching developers to contribute or approaching farms to contribute to the event, that they don't have the resources to proceed this year as it stands.
So they're not planning on doing it then? Okay. Go ahead, please.
I guess I'm a bit ignorant coming to the table and listening to this, because having always in the past been a member of the chamber, and not having fully digested the financials, I fully support the chamber doing this. I don't support us paying for it. If the chamber wants to do this and they can raise the money to do it, then they should be doing it. I think it's great. If they can't fund the Farm to Fork event or any event, that means they can't fund it. And so, to Councillor Crone's point, if we want to be in the business of funding the chambers, well, that's not quite what you said, so I'll pull that back. I don't think we should be in the business of funding the chamber in that way. If we want to support the chamber and give them a hand up, then yeah, but I don't think that we should be driving initiatives with staff. That's the whole reason why the chamber has a structure and an organization, because they would be responsible for doing that. So that's my 2 cents coming into it from the outside. I was actually a bit surprised of the process. So that's my 2 cents.
Councillor Roy DiClemente and then Councillor Crothers.
History lesson time. We have traditionally given a grant of $8,500 to the Chamber of Commerce to offset the expenses of running the Farm to Fork. Is that off the table? What's happened to that $8,500? I'm furiously flipping through my binder trying to find it.
Councillor Crothers?
It's on page 25 of 25. So the chamber, and this is why I had my hand up, I wanted clarification from Councillor Leahy. Are you saying that unless we fund the tourism position, that they're not going to do Farm to Fork, because we have a funding line for Farm to Fork?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I believe it would be best to go back to the chair of the Chamber of Commerce to seek clarification. But the position that they shared with me was that they were at a crossroads in terms of knowing how to proceed and having the resources to proceed, as they indicated, and that when they made their presentation, that's the information that they presented. That's their position. So I think we need to go back to the Chamber of Commerce and ask them for clarification regarding the $8,500.
Okay, I was clear until you made the comment that if we didn't provide the extra position, they weren't going to do farm to fork. So if they're not going to do farm to fork, we shouldn't be giving them the $8,500. So I think, to Councillor Roy DeClemente's point, we're unclear about what exactly they're asking for. We give them money to do farm to fork. If they want to continue to do farm to fork, we should continue to fund it. If they want to do tourism, I think that what I'm hearing from my colleagues is that we're not really interested in funding that. So clarity would be important.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
I found it. It's on page 18 of 310. Under our Mayor and Council Community Initiatives, there's a Chamber of Commerce tourism amount of $8,500. So yes, Councillor Leahy, Councillor Carruthers, on page 25 of 25, they mentioned the farm to fork. Their expenditures only total $4,500. So we're giving them double what they need. And now they're suggesting that they're not going to be doing the event altogether. So I think we need to put a circle around that $8,500 in our own budget, as well as find out what's happening overall. Thanks.
Thank you. I might suggest that we park this one at this point until we have further information, and we need to tie this on to one of our council meetings. We could do that to have the discussion that we need to have. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just going back, questions in general, if that's okay at this point. Sure. There's a number of forms in here that say that it's in kind. Trails Committee, are we saying that Trails Committee has no budget? It's just in kind? Same with the car show. So are these not coming out of the tax-funded pool? So I'm just wondering how we're reconciling this in our budget if there's not actual tax dollars being used.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the only committee that does receive in-kind services is the Car Show Committee. There was an issue with some of the forms when they were submitted that people scrolled when they shouldn't have.
Okay, so that's okay. That's that question. East Gwillimbury Gardeners, lots of wonderful community members on that, but I'm looking at their request form, and they're asking for an increase, but some of the things that they're spending money on are donations to the library. And, well, I love donations to the library. It just seems a little odd that we're collecting tax money, giving it to this group to turn around and give back to something that we fund. So, as well as the food bank, again, something that should be supported. But if the food bank needs support, I would like to see it on this list with a dollar amount beside it, rather than giving money to an outside organization to turn around and give back to our own food bank. I also noticed that their total budget is $3,600, but we only funded them for $1,000. So are they raising money through membership fees, or what's going on with that? I just, and if they are and they want to give it to donations, that's absolutely fine. But if a group has money to be giving back, you know, what are we funding exactly? What do we want to fund? Offsetting membership costs for people who can't afford the membership costs, I think that's fantastic. The work they do on gardens within the town, also fantastic. So I think this is one of those ones that needs to be part of the overall review that we're doing, to make sure that we're very clear on what is a good use of resources. And the question is, should we have the food bank on here? Is that something that we should be funding, or do they have money on their own?
Or in kind.
Or in kind. Yeah, and if it is in kind, should that be shown on here, right?
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
If I may, given that I've given them a lot of my money over the years at their very successful plant sale, I believe that's where a lot of their revenue comes from, is a big plant sale that they run. I'm not sure if they have membership fees, but they certainly do raise money through their plant sale every spring. Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam.
Councillor Hay, go ahead, please.
As a member of the E.G. Gardeners, yes, they do have a membership fee, a very modest one, approximately $15 or $20, something like that, but there is a membership fee.
And what do they do with that money? You don't know? Okay.
I think it's listed here on the form.
Page 23. Madam Mayor?
Yes,
I'm
go ahead,
wondering
please.
if we can park a number of these. I'm wondering if there's a way for staff to bring back a list of the things that do need approval, and I'm thinking all those community events, staff needs to start thinking about those. I think I've heard from my colleagues, correct me if I'm wrong, keeping all of our community groups and committees at an even 2,000, everyone's getting the same amount. I'm wondering if we could come back with that, with the things that have to be approved and the things that there is consensus on, and have the other ones parked pending the complete review of council committees. Does that make sense?
It's growing year after year after year, and as many as we have, there's as many rules. And I'm sitting here thinking, yes, we did this, maybe we did it for 2 years, but now we're into something else again, and I haven't got the map in my head. I don't know about other people, but we have some amazing organizations that make the difference in our community. They really do. They step up when there's a need. Sometimes we don't hear a lot from them. They just quietly go away and do the business that they had set out to do to make a difference in East Gwillimbury, and I just feel so much better if we actually had a list, and I know it'll take a little bit of time, but I'm certainly willing to sit down and go through all these groups and try to understand exactly what their goals are, what they are doing now. Do they want to grow? Do they want to do something different long-term? And I sense in some cases they do. And what is it going to, how much do we need to support them so they can deliver what they're hoping to deliver for East Gwillimbury? If we take aside all of these groups and put them totally aside, the amount of work that they do to make a difference in our community is amazing. And I really want to make sure that we are supporting them substantially, and sometimes it's in kind and sometimes it's in dollars. And because not every member of council is on a committee that we're talking about today, it really, we're struggling in trying to understand what kind of impact they're having on East Gwillimbury. And I think every one of them are, but I'm not sure that we understand what it takes to make that happen. Is that it? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
If I hear correctly, we're going to be putting a standard amount against each of our advisory committees. Our Arts and Culture Advisory Committee is one that I think is standing out in that they are delivering events at a substantial savings because they're using volunteers to do so, and they're piggybacking on other events that we're already doing. I know, having sat on that committee, that giving them $2,000 will not allow them to deliver the results that they've been able to deliver so far. This is not what, this is significantly less than what they were even given last year. So if we're going to treat them the same as the Trails Committee and the Economic Development Advisory Committee, then I'd put a motion on the table to move them into a working group. Just to be fair.
Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
Last year was a one-time funding, so it's not like we're slashing their budget. It was one-time funding for a specific event. I'm all for the event as it's proposed, but since we've heard from staff about the impact on staff each time a community group, advisory committee, working group, anyone does an event, that there's an impact on staff. I want to hear back from staff before we approve this extra $15,000. I'm happy to up them from 1,000 to the 2,000. Maybe there's some stuff that can get done in the meantime with that amount of budget. And I'm not saying that we say no to the $15,000. I just think we need to have, whether they're working group or an advisory committee, we need that report back from staff. So I think we need to put a motion on the table to have a report back from staff. And I'm not sure exactly, I want to hear from my colleagues what that report back would look like, but I'm not ready to approve anything more than the base $2,000 for each of these groups. I haven't been on trail, so I'm not really sure if they need their $2,000, but I think keeping everyone on even footage is good. Obviously, Santa Claus Parade and Farmers Market are the exceptions. The events that the town does, I think, also need to be approved this round, but I think everything else should await that report back that we are going to be getting from staff.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, do we have a sense from staff when this might be coming? Because if we're going to be approving a budget, I don't want us to be missing out on giving our committees their marching orders.
Mr. Webster, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, staff are conferring on this very matter at this point in time. I'll seek Deputy Valchich's advisement as to what he thinks would be reasonable. And maybe we could scope what the request is, just a little clearer. That might be helpful.
Madam Mayor, because there's still some work in progress being done on firming up clearly the scope and nature of advisory committees, terms of reference, events specifically that we want to run this year, one option we have is we could work with the Finance Department and Mr. Karmazin just to almost come up with I would call it like a blanket provision that could be approved in the budget as only a placeholder to be allocated more specifically once some of that work and council makes a determination. You're going to see in a few moments, I keep going back to it, but there actually is a request for some resourcing that we've put in that actually partly was intended to address this. That may be the placeholder, and then it may be that it's not quite divvied up yet and allocated specifically, but once council makes determinations on that, you know that you've got some resources set aside. So you're not feeling like you've kind of missed the boat, so to speak.
Thank you. I think that's very helpful. Okay. Should we take a 5-minute recess, or are we?
Madam Mayor, I'm wondering, just with this particular item, if we could wait until we get to the proposed additional resources, perhaps we could just try and address it. I think we have something that we might be able to carve out a piece of that as this placeholder. So I'm just sort of wondering if we just park this item just till a little bit further in the agenda, and then we will address it.
I'm seeing some nods, I think. Not from everyone. You want a 5-minute break? A 5-minute break?
That might be handy, and then that way we can have a little bit of informal conversation to make sure we've got this right.
Very good.
Thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute break. we're good to go. So I think we've hit a bit of a log jam, and I'm just wondering if we can take a look at the finances and sort that out first, and then with the groups, but knowing how much money we have set aside for these community groups.
So,
Okay, so I'll start off, Mr. Marshall, and see where we can get with this. So there's two new requests, so maybe we could put a staff position forward and have council deal with those two requests. So one of the ones is the tourism request that was made by the chamber. It's well-intentioned, and I think it's a little ambitious. We are reprofiling our economic development. I've talked to our new general manager, Margot Bagine. She's willing to take a look at resourcing. She indicates that one of our staff has an expertise in tourism, and she thinks that that's something that we could take on in an incremental manner. It's not going to be 100% of a job, but it's something that for such key things like farm to fork and other key elements could continue support. So I would suggest council may want to deal with that, and at this point in time deny the request for the chamber, and that would be point one. So I could table that to you, Madam Mayor. The second one would be the temple with the tree that fell into misfortune. A fantastic idea for the hand and the artwork. That'll, from my perspective, that's the first I'd heard of it, to be frank, and I don't know if other elected officials had or not, but we do have a significant piece of artwork that went through a council process. It was funded through the Arts Committee. It's a hand, and it was shown in the council presentation for budget by the Arts Committee. That's going in the new park, the Children of Peace Park, as a centerpiece there. And I think Councillor Foster was indicated that maybe town initiatives there, not to overuse the word, but maybe there's ways our landscaping crews and others could assist with some of the plantings and other elements to help keep their costs down. Mr. Proudfoot did indicate that it was sort of a guesstimate of cost at this time as well, and that they really didn't have a firm idea. So we're suggesting if those two items get dealt with, it'll narrow the discussion, and then maybe staff can provide some further advisement about how to move this forward to get us back to the balance of the budget. So would you like to deal with those two items and then refer it back for some further comments from staff, or would you like further
I'm
comments?
seeing some nods that perhaps we can deal with those two right now.
Are we looking for a motion to address each one of them, or you just want to call a vote on each one, or how do you want to do it? What are we doing here?
If there's any comments, I'll take them, and then if there are no comments, then I'll take a motion. I'm not seeing any comments at this time, so we have two items. One is the Temple Arts Committee, and the other one is the tourism. Comments? Go ahead, please.
I'll move a motion to not approve the Chamber of Commerce request.
Is there a seconder for that motion? No, I don't. I don't need I don't need a seconder. Call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The second one, Madam Clerk.
Through Madam Mayor, just for clarity, this is the not approving the 50,000 budget line item associated with Chamber of Commerce tourism request.
That's correct.
Just General Manager Marshall, would you mind just clarifying the amount?
So through you, Madam Mayor, the additional amount that was requested was $41,500.
Thank you. Okay.
So just bear with me for a moment. This has been moved and it's been voted on, but I'm going to put that on the screen before council for sake of clarity.
Clarity. Does everyone have it in front of them? Be it resolved that the Budget Committee not approve the Chamber of Commerce tourism request at $41,500, and that was moved by Councillor Johns. And that passed. Okay.
On the second item, I'm happy to move to receive the Temple's request and refer to staff as was requested.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Question on the motion. We're referring it to staff. What are we asking for them to do with it?
Councillor Johns?
Yeah, through the deputation, I believe it was to review the design work and further the opportunity on what the cost would be to contract out after the design work was completed.
So Councillor Johns, are you authorizing that landscape design staff at the town do a bit more work on it and firm up a quote?
That is actually what the deputation, it is my understanding that that is what the deputation requested, correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All those in favor? That's carried.
Now, Madam Mayor, I think that the treasurer could, and Mr. Velchich, the deputy, could speak to the balance of items here and a method of potentially dealing with them to move forward.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so with the reduction of the Chamber's request and the deferral of the Chamber's request, that leaves approximately $16,000 of a request that is being looked at. So with the request for a report back, one of the options that we could do to move this forward is to put an amount of approximately $16,000 into the committee contingency line item that we already have $9,000 in. And that would give us time for us to come back and have a debate on the merits of each request, and then be able to approve or deny their individual requests as we go along, but approve the money and the funds so they'll be available to hand out when we're available. So, and that would help us move along with.
Move along. Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to move that that budget line be moved to be added to contingency.
Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Through Madam Mayor, I'm just actually going to refer back to General Manager Marshall. Is that the end of it? So are we ready to receive all the information to date?
Yes, that's correct.
Just bear with me for a moment.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead.
So with that motion, did we just approve the base 750 to the Sutton Fair? Because I didn't think that was the will of council. I think we approved all the base amounts, just none of the upticks.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. We've approved the base amounts, but if there's one that you wanted to pull out, we could do that as well.
I think that the Sutton Fair was one that we want to look at, how to better support East Gwillimbury agriculture. And so if we can just set that one aside for further discussion. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the other thing we could do is, with council's direction, we could withhold payments. We could approve budgets and withhold payments until further council direction as well.
I like that.
Go ahead, please.
Through Madam Mayor, Councillor Roy DeClemente had her hand up.
Thank you. We went through this section of the budget binder and we raised a number of questions. and we haven't really come to any decision. I think we almost need to vote on each one of them, or at least a bundle of them. It was the 55 and up club, the North Union, the Cool Country Cruise In. There's a bunch of things here that we weren't sure about, but we didn't actually make any decisions on. So I'm fine to move the additional requests into a contingency, but we should be deciding what's going on with this stuff.
Today. Okay. Councillor Johns?
Just, Madam Mayor, I feel like we're doing a bit of a brainstorm here, and I think that having had my meeting regarding committee work and thoughts on committee work and the fact that we're going through the efforts with the clerk's office, I'm wondering if there's a way that we can refer this item on these outstanding items to tie in with that effort, and then, but recognizing that it'll take time for that report to come back. Maybe it could be the end of April. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But from the time that from now until April, I mean, if there's a request for $1,000 and it ends up being that it's $2,000 later, maybe there's a way that we can kind of like approve in spirit or principle just over these next 8 weeks, well, to allow our professional staff to come up with the best game plan for us to move forward while not impeding our amazing community groups that are doing such great work. I don't know if that is a motion that could be spun somehow there, or...
Madam Clerk?
Through Madam Mayor, if I could gain some assistance. So is the intention that you're approving these funds in principle subject to a further staff report coming forward on advisory committees?
Yeah, except the spirit, I would love it to be it's the reverse of that. I would love to be able to refer it to staff who are reviewing the committees, and then approving the budget in spirit over these next 8 weeks. I'm happy to have friendly amendments happen here because I think everybody knows what I'm trying to get at. I just don't know what the wording is.
Mr. Valchik?
Madam Mayor, I'm wondering if sometimes what we do when we go into a new tax year is we actually provide authorization to expend up to a certain percentage while the tax levy is being deliberated. It's possible, Councillor Johns, that maybe what you're looking for is that the committees, that approval be provided for committees to expend up to 25% of their current allocation, subject to further reporting and final approval of 2023 budget.
I would be in favor of that if that's what gets the motion moved. Like, I'm recognizing that we're talking about $1,000 and $2,000 on some of these groups, and I just want to keep the discussion moving. And so if my colleagues find that amenable, then I am happy to move it forward.
I'm seeing nods.
And it allows our amazing team to be able to come up with a proper plan.
And still supporting all of these worthy causes.
Totally agree.
The last thing we want to do is move them away from us. We want to make sure that we can support them. Madam Clerk?
Through you, Madam Mayor, based off what I'm hearing, I'm just going to put forward the various motions that have just been carried along with the yellow line on this particular area. So this is up for further revisions, subject to committee's permission. But what I heard is that the budget committee approval be provided to expend up to 25% of the current allocation, subject to final review of the advisory committee.
I'm happy to move that if that meets the spirit and the intent of what we're trying to achieve here.
Thank you. Are we fine?
I believe you have a mover, and I'm not seeing any additional
I'm not
revisions to it. Councillor Carruthers does have.
Go ahead, please.
I'm still stuck on the agricultural fair. Councillor Crone did some quick math, and instead of just writing a check to the fair, we could send 125 EG kids to the fair by their admission. So I just don't want that to get lost in here, that we end up just cutting a check. So I don't know if that needs a motion. Yes, Chair, Clerk has a motion.
Go ahead.
I can certainly assist in crafting that motion,
Crafting
is
it.
that the Budget Committee recommend,
I'm not sure that that one has to be done today. A phone call to the, to 4-H to ask how many members are from East Gwillimbury could take 5 minutes, and we would have the answer.
Exactly. I just want to make sure that we don't, and I guess if staff are here and they're hearing us, so they don't cut the check to the fair before
Yeah.
that happens, and that somebody is making that call to 4-H. Thanks.
We okay?
so through Madam Mayor, I'm not sure if this is appropriate. Councillor Johns, is that okay as a friendly amendment to?
Yes, we can
this-
add that on and make that part of the motion.
So through Madam Mayor,
Okay.
the motion is highlighted in yellow, and it's up for debate and further deliberation on the vote.
Can everyone read it, or will I read it out? Everyone can read it? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. We got to where we were going.
We got to where we were going.
Thank you. I can tell the new members of council that are here, and I know I'll be backed up by the ones that have been here for some years, we go through this every time we talk about these groups and how do you recognize them, and the volunteers that are out there working weekends and in the rain, and we come by and they're doing a terrific job, and we want to give them as much money as it's going to take to make it happen, and sometimes we don't have quite enough, or it's a matter of just how do we get it done so we can support these wonderful volunteers that live and work in East Gwillimbury. So it's this isn't any different than any other year, a little differently shaped, but their end result is the same. So thank you. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Did we have any sort of resolution on the food bank? Because I had asked if we should be making donations towards that, if it should be a budget page. Speaking of hardworking volunteers, making a difference in our community. We know that they're having a lot of pressure right now. I'm not sure if that's something that needs to be in our budget or if that's being taken care of elsewhere.
Would we have funds within discretionary funds that, after a discussion and further detail about the food bank, we could make a decision?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, the committee contingency has funds available that if we needed to do something with the food bank, we'd have that fund available.
And so how will we know if we need it? I believe they need it. Everything we hear, everyone's making donations to the food bank. I'm just wondering, from a council perspective, is this something that we are financially supporting, or, if we had a page in here that talked about our in-kind donations, maybe that might show how we're supporting them. So if we have our volunteer groups making donations and we're not, I just think it's something we should be considering.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente, you had a question?
No information, actually.
Okay.
We are supporting the food pantry at the Holland Landing Library through our operating budget at the library. There's a part-time staff member that we support through the library's budget. And I don't have the reserve amounts at the food pantry, but I believe they have about $34,000. And don't write that down, don't put it in a motion, but I believe there's about $34,000 in their reserves. But we do have a part-time person allocated, and we're funding it through the library. So we are supporting it. I think to your point, Councillor Carruthers, it may just be a question of some direction from our staff to these community groups that it is council's request or council's desire that the money that we are giving them for their operating be used for them for their core group of actions and their main purpose, and not to be giving grants to other organizations with our tax dollars. And I think that's just a question of us phoning them up and telling them that when we give them the good news that they've got their grant.
Good. Councillor Lahey, did you have you're fine? Okay. Just so that I can let you know, actually, on page 95 of 310 under the library tab, you'll see under expenditures, the salaries and benefits line is going up by about $10,857. A lot of that is includes some more food pantry hours, as well as steps and benefits for library staff. Okay. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Through Madam Mayor, the outstanding motion before council is just the receipt of the tax-supported information, as well as the review of the proposed operating budget for the community initiatives. So I will put that motion up for vote of council.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? Councillor Crone? All in favor? And that's carried. Minutes.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so that concludes the review of all the operating budget and capital budget items for the 2023 budget. There is some additional information that we have provided through Addendum 3 that we could step through or see if there's any questions. I think we could put up the cover sheet of the addendum on screen.
Thank you.
So what was contained in the addendum, so we saw earlier this morning the survey responses, the staffing requests we'll be talking about a little later on. Staff was asked to provide information on the statistics that ECSS had presented during their departmental review. And the balance of the addendum is capital related, so I'm going to let Ms. Brown step us through the rest of the addendum package and see if there's any questions.
Thank you. So as you can see on the summary sheet, the covering page of your addendum number 3, which was circulated electronically on Friday afternoon, there are 4 additional capital projects that are being proposed to be added to our 2023 capital program that were requested by Council Budget Committee throughout the last 2 deliberation days. So there's 1 emergency services capital project and then 3 CPRC projects. There's also been revisions to 3 additional CPRC capital projects at the request of Budget Committee. Within the package, you'll see the revised detailed sheets, which reflect hopefully the desires of the committee. Additionally, we've included a revised annual capital budget summary, so that simply is just the 2023 list that reflects these new changes. The previously approved capital projects list, which is that large pale blue spreadsheet that we've gone through today. It's been streamlined. We removed some columns, increased the font. Hopefully it's easier to read and interpret. And then finally, the revised 10-year capital budget summary, which is that green document. again, revised to reflect these changes. We removed the column for projects that only had life-to-date costs, so no future costs, for simplicity purposes. And there's one additional future project in there for CPRC, which was requested. If there are any questions pertaining to specific projects, we'll direct them to the appropriate general manager. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Webster.
I believe the intention is, as we go back into each department, we'll highlight what has changed. Rather than we'll have departments walk through their entire budget, there was focus points, and we will indicate, in, for instance, CPRC, which capital projects have been added, where there's been changes, just to highlight that to council for clarity. So if that's okay, I think that would be the approach we'll do. And then I believe the next order would be to deal with the new staffing summary and some other of the budget requests that you have, Mr. Marshall.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the addition to the capital project submissions, and I don't see Sharon Hill's tennis court here. I know we had talked about throwing them all in and having a discussion about what was happening with our tennis courts in town. So I'm raising that as an issue. And then what would be helpful to me is to see a revised schedule of our reserve balances. Once these pieces have been incorporated into the reserves, because a lot of them are funded through reserves, I like to see what those drawdowns are and what the final projected balances would be to make sure that we're not overspending on capital and stretching ourselves too thin.
Thank you.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the project that the councillor was referring to is included in the 10-year forecast as a project that will be done in 2024. And in terms of the schedule, the revised reserve schedule, frankly, we were waiting till the dust settled before we redid a revised analysis, because it does take a bit of time to redo those reserve forecasts. So we just wanted to wait till everything was nailed down, and then we were going to send out a final one.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Comments?
So through you, Madam Mayor, so that's the what was included in the addendum package and the additional information that was asked by council. The next section that we're going to go through is some of the items that we had tabled at the beginning of the budget discussions for consideration. So if you recall, we had tabled a couple of initiatives, including additional staffing, that would add approximately 3.44% to the base increase that we had proposed of 2.8%, which brought a total tax levy impact of 6.2%. So as we went through the discussions through the 2.5 days now, there are other considerations that had been raised that would impact that 6.24% target. So in an attempt to try to assist discussions, we have the next slide that we'll show has provided an option that, if accepted, would accommodate all the additional considerations and reduce the potential impact on the 2023 budget that we have proposed. So, so the slide is up here now. So, so bear with me as I try to explain this. It's probably going to be well, I'm going to do my best to explain this, but I'm sure there'll be some questions. So when we proposed the multi-year funding for the Health and Active Living Plaza, what our goal is to increase the tax room that we collect each year, so that when the facility comes on board, we don't have a 6 or 8 or 10% increase to the tax levy. So as we've been increasing 1% each year, we are not using that money because the health isn't open yet. So that money, what we've been doing with it is been putting it into a facilities asset management reserve. So right now, for 2022, we've contributed about $902,000 into that facilities reserve. That is basically the room that we were creating for the Health and Active Living Plaza operations. So and if you recall, at our initial meeting, we had proposed an asset management dedicated contribution of 1% to fix a short-term problem that we were having, that we were thinking that we were going to have with our roads reserve in terms of bridge repairs. So we're proposing a 1% increase that would go towards that roads reserve. So one of the things that we are tabling as an option that would not only continue carving out room for the Health and Active Living Plaza, but contribute towards the roads reserve, is to, instead of putting that contribution from the Health and Active Living Plaza to the facilities reserve, put it to the roads reserve. So that would mean that the contribution to the facilities reserve would still stay at $900,000 for 2023, but the $272,000 that would normally go to the facilities reserve would now go towards closing the gap on the roads reserve. So that would mean that we wouldn't need that 1% contribution to that dedicated 1% asset management contribution. So that would happen. We'd propose that would happen, and that would continue for 3 years until the Health and Active Living Plaza opened. But then those contributions would no longer go into the reserve because we'd be using it to fund the actual operations. So I don't know how I explain that, but if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer that.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
So when we open the help, our asset reserves are depleted. What if the roads needs them at that time?
So through you, Madam Mayor, no, our reserves wouldn't be depleted. We wouldn't need the reserve funding to fund the Health and Active Living Plaza because we've carved out tax room. So instead of that money going and getting contributed to a reserve, it would actually go into operations.
Okay, I know we're going to have more conversation on asset management, but from everything I've heard so far, we're in a big hole with asset management, that we have a lot of assets that will need replaced in the coming years, and there's not enough money there to do it. So having a dedicated contribution towards that reserve to the tune of $1 per month per household, to me sounds responsible. I think everyone who drives on our roads doesn't want them filled with potholes. They want to make sure our assets are kept up to par. It's such a small amount of money for something that is so important. We really don't want to wake up one day and find out that we have a number of things that need replacing and there isn't the money there to do it.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think my concern, looking at this, and I recognize that the funding from something that is a new building, there shouldn't be any issues with it. So let's flip it into roads. But I think that this is that's the start of the same circle and cycle that we are currently in now. While we don't have a problem today, there will be a challenge tomorrow. But if we continue with this route, tomorrow we will wake up in the morning and say the same thing. And I think my point is, eventually the roof will leak at the new facility. And so if we aren't building the reserves on the new facility for when the time the roof leaks, I feel very strongly that we need to continue the path that that previous councils before me set out. And I also feel very strongly that there needs to be, we need to address our asset management challenges with an infrastructure levy that will ensure that 30% of our $2 billion in assets that are going to be coming up for concerns on repair over the next 10 years, and if you break that down on average to be $60 million, which it wouldn't be because there would be, there's remediation tactics, so let's say it's 30 million, but still the fact is we only have 14 million in our reserves. And 2 meetings ago, I feel like I went through the exercise of demonstrating that we were underfunded, that if a bridge was to be needing to be repaired, we wouldn't have that money to go right away to do that. And I felt I demonstrated that through my line of questions. And so I appreciate that this is a tactic, because we need to be driving savings wherever we can for our residents. But I think that if we were to look at, like, this is one slide, I think we will have an opportunity to look at other slides, and I think I personally would benefit from looking at it at a more higher level, so I can understand the total impact. Because if we're able to deliver a budget that is under inflation while hiring additional firefighters and making investments in the opportunity for improving our infrastructure and building help, and we're under inflation, that's something that I can be proud of, and especially if it works out to something that's like $10 a month. So I'd rather look at some additional slides.
Mr. Webster.
I concur with Madam Mayor with the councillor's approach, and I'm going to try to put a CAO fingerprint on this, if I may, at this point. We haven't had a specific target from council, and we've presumed, we've had conversations with council, there's been meetings with council, and our base budget, we always take great pride in bringing it in below the rate of inflation. So that's at 2.8%. In this terms, when you're looking at other communities and pressures of all kinds, I believe inflation is tracking as high as, I think, 6.5 or 7. What would the latest inflationary figures be, Mr. Marshall?
So December's inflation was 6%, but the average for 2022 was 6.8.
So what we've been doing as a staff team is tactically trying to bring a total budget in under 6%. Okay, and we haven't had that direction from council, but that's a decision that has to be made. Mr. Marshall is very transparent, and as treasurer, we're thankful for that. We've been, for many years now, had special tax levies as part of an add-on. And it started with some of the folks that are here today in 2014 with emergency services. We would go to our publics and we'd say, here's our base budget, and we're going to have a special surcharge or levy. And initially it was billed to fire services, and we had that for many years, at least for 5 or 6, possibly more. Of late, the last several years, we've had an additional tax levy increase specifically for the help. And when you look at it, you're collecting for staff that we haven't got on the payroll yet. So that little arrow is what we have been doing. But what we've been doing is we've been collecting the taxes for the staff positions and putting them into reserve. And that's held up now. I think at this point, we're up to almost $1 million that we're collecting. So we collect it, and we don't give it back to the taxpayer. We set it aside because it's carved out the tax room, if you can understand, to operate the help. And those monies have been put into the reserve. Mr. Marshall was hesitant to say, he was fine for the taxation for this to go into a facilities reserve, but none of us planned for 3 of our bridges to have a crisis. We have an asset crisis right now, and so we're seeking the ability to put the chunk of this year's budget. I don't know if it's 272. This slide's saying the 272, but I think we'd like to put more towards the bridge problem that we have right now in this year's thing. The mathematics that you look through here is that if you look at where we are adding this up, 2.8 plus 2.8 is 5.6%. So it brings you below the rate of inflation right now, 6%. So that's a targeted discussion we haven't had with council at this point in time. So it's a good point that you raised.
Thank you, and I think that is like hugely valid what you just said, and I think because we haven't had that discussion, if I can be open as well, I think that, just one comment, I think that, you know, this being my first time serving on council and having run and knocking on doors and delivering this first budget, the previous 2 budgets that I wasn't a part of, in delivering these 0% budgets during COVID, I think that, you know, we are confined to government and 12-month cycles and how we operate, and this is the way that we march forward in this 12-month cycle. But I think that as a town, if we looked at it as a 36-month cycle where we were delivering 0 and 0, and we ended up slightly below this rate of inflation around this 6% mark or 6.5 or whatever, with like 5.4, 5.6 plus the infrastructure levy. I mean, that is around the $20 per month for average household. But it's also like 2.13% a year over the last 3 years. And I think that, you know, 2% over 3 years, I don't think I delivered my household budget 2% over 3 years. And I think that, like, as a government, like, and especially seeing the beast of what this government is for the first time, man, that is a crazy number, 2% over 3 years. And I would rather be completely transparent with people in where our thoughts and looking at everything all at once and what we need. I feel like I would be doing a disservice to not. I feel very strongly that I need to champion the infrastructure challenge that is ahead, because I don't want to kick it down the road. I want us to look at it and say that we do need to address it, and we need to start. And so, Madam Mayor, I'll stop talking, but thank you very much.
No, go ahead.
No, I'm good. I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, whether it be a publicly traded company that needs to do their quarterly reporting on their earnings, or a government that needs to deliver their annual budget, I actually think that if we took back and we'd actually looked at it as a 3-year span, 2.13%, if it was around the 6 or whatever it was, I just don't know any of us in this room that have operated our households on a 2% increase. It just, I don't believe that it could happen. And I am very proud that we are having this discussion that a government would actually do that. So, thank you.
Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I guess a lot of us have to find a way of delivering our household budgets at a 2% because we're not getting raises equivalent to that. So we've got to find the money somewhere. In our household, we've cut the alcohol line, and that has gone along. Not to make light of this discussion, but a couple of things about this slide. For me, I'm looking at the community initiative changes and new funding requests. I think we declined a few of those, so that will buy us a bit of room. And I'll try and be a little bit more succinct in my thoughts. I feel strongly that we need to continue our multi-year funding plan for the Health and Active Living Plaza. I also feel strongly that we need to do some asset management. And so for me, I look at it and I say, I'd like to find a compromise. So maybe it's not a 1%, maybe it's 0.75. So if we do $204,000 for the help, $204,000 into asset management, so we've got a combined 3% plus 1.5 for the new staffing, and we can discuss what we're doing with staffing. We're now at 5.75. I think that's all I have to say.
Anyone to speak at this point? Thank you, Councillor Roy DiClemente. Mr. Webster?
Mr. Marshall can carry on at this point, I think, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Webster. So before we go to the next slide, which is the additional staffing requests, I believe that Deputy CAO Valchich wanted to address something that he omitted in his presentation regarding an administrative item on, it is related to our Shamrock model and staffing, but it's just an administrative procurement issue that I believe he wanted to address.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Madam Mayor, are you on the, Mr. Marshall, just for clarity, are you now on Addendum 3, Item 2, page 1 of 1? Is that where we're at?
So I haven't, yeah, so we're going to be there. Before we started talking about it, I wanted you to.
Okay, Madam Mayor, through you, just, we do have one procurement matter. When I was dealing with the corporate services budget, I should have mentioned, if you look at our organization in corporate services, we do adopt the Shamrock model, which is, you know, a combination of permanent FTE, some part-time contract help, and outside third-party services. Our Director of Information Management position is currently filled on a contract basis, and so we do put a resolution forward. It's contained in the budget. There's no budget pressure per se, so it's not an additional budget ask. It's just as part of the resolutions that you'll see for the corporate services portion of the budget will be to extend that contract for the 2023 period. So it's just an FYI, so when we get there, it isn't confused to look like a new request or an additional pressure. It's within the salary and benefit line, but we handle it through procurement.
Thank you.
So with that, if you can go to the next slide, please. Oh. So we're now into the area about our additional staffing requests, and council had at one point requested some information on her historical hiring, and I believe CAO Valchich is going to step us through some of the history behind our hires from sorry, it's just a presentation. Yeah. So.
Madam Mayor, thank you, Mr. Marshall. Madam Mayor, through you. So just a little bit, this was a request that came from council, I think initially requesting that we just provide a little bit of a recap on staffing that had been added in the last term of council, but we've gone back to 2010 to give a little bit more of a complete picture. And just before I do that, I just want to make a couple of general comments. When you think about a growth cycle, you go through kind of the pre-development cycle where you've got a pressure on areas like your planning department that are looking at applications, they're reviewing proposals, there's a demand for that sort of preliminary work before applications are actually approved and building permits are issued. Then you get to a point where the planning work, for the most part, is done. There's still ongoing planning work, but then you get this bubble in your building and inspection area because you're now issuing permits, you've got construction activity, and you've got an emphasis on sort of that inspection and sign-off process. And that happens in our building department. Emergency services has a role in that, as does our CIES and parks. All of them play a part in that process as well. And then once those are built and occupied, you then end up in sort of what we might call operational mode, where you now need the operating staff that will plow your additional roads, cut the additional grass, deal with additional levels of inquiry from the public, et cetera. So there's this sort of wave that happens in staffing. And then outside of that, at any point in time, you might decide to increase your existing service levels. So independent of growth, you say we would like, sidewalk snow clearing townwide, which happened a number of years ago. Not related to growth, but just we need to staff up for that. So if you look back at our 11 to 14 period, it was really the start of the service level increase that council had requested for emergency services. So you can see a number of positions added. There's 11 there that were added in that period. And you can start to see a little bit of, that's when we started to build an economic development department in anticipation of growth and wanting to be ready so that we were not just preparing for residential growth, but also for that job creation as well. And then you can see some of the other positions in development engineering, parks, building, and water and wastewater as we were starting to see a wave. Because in 2016 is when we really started to see a real increase in our building permit activity. So if you go to the next slide, you'll start to see 2015 to 18 is where we went through a very, very significant uptick in actual building activity. So we continued with the service level increase in emergency services around public safety. There was another 7 positions, firefighters added there. And then you can see, especially in the fee and rate supported, we started to add, you can see particularly in building and planning, a lot of emphasis on the kind of inspection roles and the planning roles as it related to that growth, that massive growth that was happening in that 4-year period. And then if you go to the last term of council, next slide, you can start to see there's a continued emphasis on emergency services as we approach that multi-year target of 20. And then you can see 3.5 in CPRC as we started to add parks and trails, so we needed additional staff as we built up there. And then you can see also in some of our operating departments, we start to add. And you can see in the fee and rate supported, at that point, because we'd gone through that significant wave of development and building activity, in fact, it's accordion-like. You almost build up and then sometimes you compress. And that's why in an area like building department, you'll see a real combination of permanent staff as well as contract, because you're going to get real ebbs and flows depending on where you are in the growth cycle. So when we talk about the Shamrock model and we talk about that, combination of permanent staff, part-time, and contracted services, the reason is because not everything we do is perpetual in nature. Sometimes they happen in waves, and so you want to be able to staff up and you want to be able to compress when the activity levels drop. So that sort of gives you a little bit of an idea of at a high level what's happened since 2010. And I think in addition to this FTE staffing, do we also have a slide that talks about the part-time? Yeah, we do. So in addition to this, because we've added a lot of tremendous number of parks and trails, roads, you can see because there's such a heavy use of part-time and seasonal in both those operating areas, you can see the CIES, CPRC, and building where we saw from 2016 to present a real increase in the budgets for that part-time and seasonal help that assists get through, summer, parks maintenance activities, winter snow clearing activities, and that sort of thing. So, so it's a real combination of sort of staffing changes that go, up and down, as well as adding and augmenting our part-time and seasonal crews as well to make sure that we're meeting the program and service demand. So that's intended to give you a little bit of a high-level view of what's transpired since 2010 as it relates to resourcing.
Questions? I'm not seeing any at this time.
So with that, Madam Mayor, we can start to look at the new staffing requests that we have tabled for the 2023 budget. So you've seen a couple of versions of this. This is the latest version, and just a couple of comments before I open it up for questions from committee. One, there's been an addition for some contract support for the clerk's area for committee and council and committee and community events that has been included. And we've also included an option for the firefighter. So as we've been discussing, as the budget discussions have been going on, there's been comments about the initial, as the former chief used to call it, the drive for 5. So to get to 20 suppression firefighters, right now we're at 18. An option if council wished to hit that target in this budget. The current line item that we have here represents a full-time firefighter salary and benefits for a full year, 1 FTE. We know that we're not going to have, if the budget got approved today, we wouldn't have be able to get 1 full-time FTE for a full year. There is an option that we could wait till June and hire 2 full-time FTEs. It would have the same impact for 2023. However, it would have an impact for 2024 as well. So, so that is an option that we have put on the table as well for discussion. So with that, I can open up the floor for questions.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Johnson, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say thank you for bringing that proposal forward, and I think that the opportunity to arrive at the 20 is great. I think that, thank you for bringing that forward. Happy to open up the discussion in that way.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just please help refresh my memory. Could you tell me a little bit more about the clerk's committee, council events, contract support? If you just help me understand that role a little more, I would find that helpful.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I know that Councillor Leahy had asked this question earlier in the meeting, so I did say that I would come back to it, so thank you for raising it again. So we put this in really to address a few things. It's not all clerks. It's been bundled. It's about 2/3, I would say, sort of 70-30 would be clerks versus committee and event support. So on the clerk side, with the information, freedom of information requests that we spoke about earlier today, some of that work, we're just feeling that it's really taxing our staff right now in terms of their ability to keep up, quite frankly, with that, as well as we anticipate come March with the reintroduction of the CWC meetings, which we're pleased to support. We think it's a good move, but just we want to make sure we have enough support in place so that council is being supported appropriately in that return to prior sort of committee structure, but under the new hybrid model. So that's about 2/3 of it. That would be, for the clerk's office in 2023, just to obtain some additional contract help as they need it to keep up. And then what we would expect is for 2024, once we have a handle on exactly what the workload requirement is and what the demands are, we would then position a more well thought out, I guess you'd call it, request for potential staffing moving forward. But we didn't want to do that as a knee-jerk in 2023. We think it's premature. So that's why it's here as a contract budget for us to work with. The other 30% of this or so was intended to provide, and maybe you've already covered it, quite frankly, it's possible this could be pared back. Maybe you've covered it with the provision that Mr. Marshall talked about with the committee contingency adjustment earlier, but we've been listening through the budget deliberations to a lot of conversations about advisory committees sort of being more than advice and wanting to just proactively be involved in more community-based activities and events. In order to support that, our staff are already, quite candidly, very stretched with what they already sort of get requested from advisory committees in terms of assistance, and we're happy to assist. We think, quite frankly, it's really wonderful that these things are being done by our committees, but we had that extra 30 there just as if that continues to be the will of council, that we see an increase in the level of events, then we know that we're going to get taxed in the area of communications and event planning through CPRC. So we had what we thought was a modest provision there just to ensure that we could deliver on council's requirements. So it's sort of 70-30. It's possible with the adjustment that was made earlier in the meeting to bolster the committee contingency amount. Perhaps that 30 is not necessary, but that was the rationale for bringing it forward to you today.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, that certainly demonstrates to me that the workload is there, and that price tag falls within the going market rates. All right. Well, I need to have a chat with my career coach. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Councillor Crothers?
Thank you. We know how much support our advisory committees are requesting. However, we are doing a full review. I keep going back to that, and I don't want to predicate that if we have 30% support here, then there's going to be that expectation that advisory committees are doing events. We haven't made that decision yet, so I just feel that this is a little bit premature. I think we will need it, but I just worry that's a little bit premature. I would like to see the outcome of that, and maybe what we need is a full-time person, not a 0.3. So I'm of two minds on this. I'm also a little bit confused because this is bodies, and the contingency that we're talking about is dollars to actually do the events, and this is person hours. So I'm just confused how you're saying that one might offset the other.
Madam Mayor, through you, I'm not sure exactly how the 25,000 in committee contingency would be used. I don't know whether that'll be used to buy help, or whether it will be for supplies and materials, or whether it will be for advertising. I'm actually not sure what you would use it for. What this 70 would be to purchase contracted help as required through 2023. So it may be a body, it may be resourcing from time to time to deal with peaks in workload as we navigate through 2023. So it's not a well-defined position per se just yet, but we do believe the workload is there, and we believe we need the help.
I agree that the help is needed, and I think this is even overdue. But I don't think that just because you reference the committee contingency, I don't think there's ever a thought that would go towards staffing. That portion of the budget just never goes to staffing. So I just don't want to confuse the two too much. Given that we're in February, and unless you have someone lined up for tomorrow, I'm wondering if there's a way to shave a little bit off this, because it won't be a full year. And maybe that might save us a few dollars, trying to get this in below inflation, but still have money for asset management, which is so needed. So I look again, can we shave this back? I look at the firefighter line. I'm 100% supportive of the positions, hiring the 2 positions mid-year. I'm wondering if that reflects the actual cost of a beginner firefighter, if we could bring that number in lower, so that we can still hire the 2, but reflect exactly what we're going to have to pay for this first year. That might help us get the 2 and still bring the whole budget in below inflation.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the amount that's provided here is for the salary and benefits. There is a reserve for that would be available if there were some additional costs that would have to be incurred just temporarily to cover that cost. But okay.
Mr. Webster, go
Just,
ahead.
Since my son's a firefighter, I have to declare a conflict on this, but I know a little too much about firefighters, as he was hired as a probationary firefighter and then worked up to first class. So we carry currently in this budget, from my understanding, funding for a first-class firefighter that would have gone through the steps, the 4 or 5 steps to become first class, would take several years. You're hired as a probationary firefighter. Our existing collective agreement, I believe our first-class firefighter tops out about $110,000, just under $110,000 per annum, plus benefits brings you up to $140,000, or the $138,900. If we in fact hired 2 probationary firefighters, it would come in less than this for the half a year, and I think that we could report back on that. As Mr. Marshall has made clear, though, by hiring at mid-year, it spreads the cost out over 2 years, which is actually not a bad from an incremental strategy as a way to build a force. So I think that would be an advisable thing. I think personally, from talking to the chief and his command, that the number would be lower than 138, would probably be in the range of 110,000. So it might free up 30,000. At this point, that's pretty relevant to what we need to do to get where we want to get as far as a number.
I appreciate that, and I think that's something that we should definitely consider, as well as the clerk's position, if there's something that can be shaved off of that, since it won't be a full year. Thank you.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm thinking of value for money. If we're looking at 139,000 for 2 firefighters, and then we're looking at 100,000 for 1 not a very well-defined position, I think I know where my decision would lie as far as where I'd spend my money. The commitment to community safety is of paramount importance. And not having a well-defined position, splitting it between 2 departments without a specific set of tasks is a bit nebulous for me, and I'd prefer to see that rescoped and come back to us with even at the mid-year with an understanding of what's needed before we would approve that. Thanks.
Go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, perhaps I can help make it a little less nebulous. So the allocation of 100, what I was trying to say, and I probably didn't do a great job in explaining that, about 2/3 of that is pretty well defined. It is clerk support, that we would get contract help in providing for the basic statutory duties of council secretariat. So providing for supporting the council meetings preparation, conducting, reporting back, that sort of thing. And we are anticipating about a 50% increase in volume of meeting activity, which is going to, increase the workload on the clerk's office. So we want to make sure that we're providing council with the proper support that it deserves and expects for council meetings. We're also seeing very strenuous demands on some of our other legislative requirements around responding to freedom of information requests and so on. So that's about 2/3 of the request. That's well defined, at least fairly well defined in my opinion. The other third of it, I would agree wholeheartedly that we've put that in as a very high-level provision at this point in time, based on really a lack of certainty as to where we're going to land with advisory committees, event support requirements. So we can certainly come back and pare this back and remove some of the component that's a little more ambiguous. And I do appreciate the point on that.
Thank you. When I look at this, I understand that we're going back to the CWC format with Committee of the Whole. We've had that format in the past. That's not scheduled to begin until March, and I realize that we're now doing a hybrid meeting rather than an in-person meeting. But we have had that within the current allocation of staff. So I'd prefer to see us try before we hire. Thanks.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just looking through the binder again. I know that we're talking about this this position, and I recall there was something about the freedom of information requests and the amount that are processed. I know that I was kind of surprised that that there was the request that existed, and then I didn't like fully comprehend the legislative requirements, i.e., like we as a town are committed, like we have to do that. Can I get some clarity on that? Just and part of my ignorance.
Through Madam Mayor, with respect to freedom of information request, that is legislatively controlled under the MFIPA, which is the act that governs it. When staff receives a request form and it's processed and paid for, we have 30 days legislatively to respond to that particular request. What we are seeing is resource-intensive requests, and they are very frequent. As Deputy CAO alluded to earlier, we're also experiencing appeals, which we have not in the past. So there is a lot of resource being extended to address the variety of different appeals that are coming. For us, what I can say is that the landscape of our operation has changed from prior to COVID. The support that we have to provide for hybrid meeting is very different than what we have been doing in terms of prior to the COVID. There are a lot of operational pressures that the clerk's office is under currently, and our aim is to be able to solicit through a Shamrock model a contract service to come in and assist in the areas of pressure that are legislatively impacted. What I can tell you is that the clerk's office has 18 different functional areas. We don't just manage council meetings. So there are other areas that are going to be impacted, such as us being able to provide services in terms of civil ceremonies, commissioning, certified true copy, livestock evaluation, pound keeping services, everything that may not happen on a day-to-day. However, they're all legislative and they are very taxing on the team. So really the provision that we have built into for this request is to assist realistically with legislative pressures that we're experiencing as a result of resource-intensive requests coming through FOIs, as well as the additional support required to facilitate CWCs.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And just in follow-up, and thank you, Councillor Carruthers, for forwarding me the sheet. So it looks like, and it's hard to tell because it's a bit of a graph, so it looks like there's just over 50 freedom of information requests prior to COVID, and then now we're like at 115. Like, is like, has the workload really actually doubled, and then hybrid meetings on top? Is that what you're dealing with?
Through you, Madam Mayor, so in 2022, which was also a year of election, we received 116 formal freedom of information requests. The clerk's office also provides support for informal information requests that do come in, and that's not counted into the stats provided. What we are seeing is a trend in the change in the nature of requests that are coming through. So it doesn't matter if you have 100 requests, it could be 10 minutes to 15 minutes. But if you have taxing resource-intensive requests that are coming through where individuals can ask for a variety of different records, which results in departments having to come together to formulate, to find the records, that's where the area of pressure is. And in 2022 and 2021, that's when we started to see that trend, that individuals are making more inquiries that are more resource intensive. So the total for 2022 is 116. As of to date, we have received 6 FOIs already. So what I can say is that it's an ongoing matter and it's legislatively controlled.
Thanks for helping me better understand that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just touching off on the FOI requests, legislatively, are we allowed to collect any fees for processing them?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, the fees are very specific. There's a $5 fee. In addition to that, there are very minimal dollars that would go in terms of preparing for that FOI, but the Act does not allow provisions to charge a lump sum, like a huge amount of fees. So there's no cost recovery to an FOI.
No, $5 wouldn't cost the time for you to open the envelope.
It actually costs more for us to process an FOI than to, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions at this time. Councillor LaHaye, go ahead.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. I have a question with regard to the blue areas that are highlighted, the conversions and the help hirings. It's my understanding that the Health and Active Living Plaza will be opening. The estimate is the first quarter of 2025. And so while I fully support and understand that people need to be hired before the doors open in order to plan and prepare programs, et cetera, I'm wondering if it's possible, because as it's been brought up, residents have to make tough choices and prioritize. I'm wondering if it would be a consideration for the council to change the timing of those hires and push them into 2024 rather than including them in the 2023 budget.
Mr. Webster?
Madam Mayor, I'm not the HR expert, but my advisement, the aquatic supervisor is a very specialized role. It's going to take a while to get the right person recruited, and we are in a very tight market. So the intention for that position, with my discussions with Mr. Karmazin, it is a position we would like to start in Q4 of this calendar year. So if anything, we could take this is a full annualized salary. I think we could carve that back to, now, it's not going to create any tax savings because the balance of those funds would just, as we had the earlier conversation, they would go into a reserve. So, but the actual expenditure on salaries would approximately be a quarter. And the other one, I believe, is for the library, and it's the only other position. I don't think, from talking to Ms. Ramsey, and I believe she's part of this and she could speak to it, that it was a priority number one. I think they have another position here that was higher priority, the conversion, I believe. But I would ask Ms. Ramsey to speak to that, and Mr. Karmazin to fill in any blanks on the aquatic supervisor position.
I see that Councillor Roy DiClemente wanted to speak, but Mr. Webster had referred to two different staff members. Is this on the same topic, Councillor Roy DiClemente? Then go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So both of these Health and Active Living Plaza positions have a 0% tax levy and impact because we're using the money, the operating money that we have previously carved out for the Health and Active Living Plaza. So this doesn't have an impact on the tax rate increase. With respect to the customer and community service specialist, it's a part-time position to begin. It's 20 hours per week. And it would be hired within the second or third quarter. I think it's the third quarter of 2023. So the impact is actually much more reduced. The reality is that just because you're building a building that's going to open in 2025, as Ms. Ramsey said to us in her budget presentation, there is a new collection that needs to be created. There are 40,000 items that need to be acquired to go into that library so that when the doors open, there are actually things to borrow when you walk into the library when it opens. And in order to do that, you need staff to buy those things and to curate those projects. The same thing as outfitting the makerspace in the Health and Active Living Plaza within the library. So it's 20 hours a week. There's no operational impact, and they're being hired in the latter half of 2023. I don't see a major problem with either one of these positions.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Councillor Johns?
Madam Mayor, I'm just thinking about the events line in the council committee clerk's line there. And I recognize that we're sitting here and looking at it from an operational lens, and I'm wondering, given the fact that it's contract support, I'm wondering on the uncommitted reserves continuity schedule if it could be taken from, one, we remove it from an operating standpoint and bring it from ending in 2040. And then it allows us to explore the viability of a permanent position while not slowing down and not having it affect our operating, and allows us and the staff actually to figure out what that programming looks like from the events and whatnot. And then we remove, is that a possibility? And then that way we remove it from operations specifically and it comes right out?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if we consider this as a pilot project for a year or whatever timeline, it is appropriate to fund it out of the working capital reserve until we make a decision on whether it becomes permanent or not.
Yeah, and it does sound like we are exploring that, so.
There's one small change. Go ahead, Mr. Webster.
Madam Mayor, being mindful of the clock, it's been a full day. We certainly could go for another few hours if council so deems, but we did set aside the 15th, and I think we were well advised to do that. We've now, I believe we're getting to the point, there's a lot of thinking going on. Maybe there could be some more sort of tactical, strategic discussions at the beginning of our next session, sort of for a target. But I think some of these discussions today have been very helpful in moving us in a good direction. And I'm wondering if we reserve, before we start going back through department by department, which is our goal, would be to walk through each department, because it's very important that both council and the public, in a transparent manner, understand exactly what they are approving and what the initiatives are. It might be, unless there's other topics council wanted to talk about or provide direction or ask about, we might be well advised to start gearing up for our 15th session, and I suggest we set aside a whole day for that as well and see if we can move it along. We still are doing our best to get both this important initiative and the strategic plan somewhat moving towards completion towards the end of this month.
Thank you very much. Councillor Crothers, go ahead.
A couple of general comments. I'm so pleased with so many of the initiatives that are in this budget. I feel that staff have been listening to council and putting the dollars where we're asking you to put those dollars. I'm also very proud when we see that slide that shows that we have the lowest relative taxes in the region. And I did a little bit of research, and we also have the lowest relative taxes in Ontario pretty much. I think Milton might be beating us. So that's something to keep in mind, that yes, we have constituents who will go on social media and complain, but those same constituents complained when we passed a 0% budget. So we have to make sure that this is as tight as we can get it, but still deliver the services that we know our residents need. And everything that we've been asking for, that's reflected in this budget, we've asked for it because we know that's what our residents want. So I just want to thank you for that, and thank you for keeping our taxes, amongst the lowest relative taxes in Ontario.
Thank you. Councillor Foster, then Councillor LaHaye.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been kind of quiet this afternoon. So right in this chamber, I think I've said this before, but in this chamber in the last 3 or 4 weeks, we were preaching doom and gloom to do with Bill 23 and development charges. And that got me to thinking very simply about this budget. I like to keep things simple. And I've got notes written all over my budget binder of things that are nice to have versus need to have. I think it's too easy for us to say inflation's coming in at 7, so let's just make our budget a 7% increase. I think there's still lots of room to cut for some of these things in various departments using the nice to have versus need to have thought process. So I'm just wondering going forward if after today, if Mr. Marshall can do some quick pen to paper figures and let us know exactly where we are with some of the changes we've made today. I know you were pretty close there. And then maybe keep us aware of that as some changes might be made. We know 272,000 is 1% of the budget, and I mean, if you use the nice to have versus need to have, you can cut 272 out of there pretty quick if you want to. So again, just my thoughts going forward.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, just another reminder, Mr. Marshall can certainly speak to this maybe on the 15th, but keep in mind as well that in building this budget and getting to this point, we still set an in-year savings target that helped us get to this point. I don't remember what that number is, but East Gwillimbury, as far as I know, is quite unique in when we set our budget, we also set an in-year target that has to be achieved for further savings as we go through the year. So I've always said we don't consider savings to be a once-a-year discussion, make a couple of cuts and then say, oh, we're done till next year. It's something that's done every day, 365 days of the year, as we look for ways to make sure we're being as efficient as we can with taxpayer money. So I only just say that just as a reminder, because we forget about it sometimes, that when we're done, there's still work being done by the administration throughout the year with council to make sure that we're continuing to look for those efficiencies all year round.
Thank you, Mark. It had slipped my mind, and thank you for that reminder. Go ahead, please.
So through you, Madam Mayor, just further to the Deputy CAO's remarks, that target is 1%, so that's $272,000. So, and as we've been going through, I've been jotting down some quick numbers and trying to figure out where we're at. And if we keep the asset management contribution in at 1%, we reduce the community initiatives to that 16,000 contribution, and if we contribute, if we use the working capital reserve for the clerk's staffing, and if we bring the firefighters down to probationary level, we're at a 5.8% increase.
Thank you. Councillor LaHaye.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm thinking ahead in terms of the fire chief has been waiting patiently here to share information with us for many days now. But we have on February 14th, if I'm correct, you will be presenting the joint fire services assessment with Georgina. And in my opinion, that could play a significant role in potentially impacting our decisions on the budget with regard to the fire department, potentially, as well as there's an employee survey that still has to come to council. And I'm wondering on the timing of the employee survey and if, in case it might have any impact on decision-making with regard to the budget.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the report is going to be
released.
I'm sorry. The report, I meant to turn on my camera. There we go. The report, the joint services report is going to be released probably within a couple hours today. So that will be public information. And it can provide advisement to the decisions the council will be debating on the 15th. So that's a point well made. With regards to the employee survey, in the acting capacity, we're giving Ms. Gandhi an opportunity to congeal a strategy and get her team together. So I believe, Mita, that we were planning for something in the late March or April timeframe to bring to council, but I'll default to you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. We are, because we have this transition period, we're actually taking a slightly different approach than was originally envisioned, having sessions with staff. I'm also meeting with members of council, and we are looking to start actually drafting what an employee engagement strategy could look like based on the results of the survey. And all of that would become, the draft strategy would be coming to council on and around April 18th.
I'm not seeing any other questions at this time. Go ahead, please.
Through Madam Mayor, I believe what is outstanding is just a receipt of the proposed budget addendum package number 3 and the supplemental informations that were provided. In addition to that, today's presentation slides were not incorporated into the agenda, so we would just require a motion to include that. I've consolidated those into one motion for council's consideration.
Thank you very much. Be it resolved that 2023 proposed budget addendum package number 3 and supplemental information review be received, and that the 2023 proposed business plan and budget council discussion presentation dated February 8th, 2023 be received and included on the February 8th, 2023 Budget Committee agenda. Are there any questions on that? Could I have a mover? Councillor Jones. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you.
So through you, Madam Mayor, we're now approaching the end of the meeting. This is just to advise council that placeholders have been placed in the Outlook calendars for February 15th. The Budget Committee will commence at 9 a.m., so that meeting invite is in your calendars for the continuation of from this session. And following that is item F, which is your adjournment of today's Budget Committee meeting.
Thank you. Item F, be it resolved that the meeting of the Budget Committee adjourn at 3:48 at this time. Moved by Councillor Foster. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, staff. I know it's been a long day. We've tackled a lot of items in a very short period of time, and I appreciate all the work that you've put into not just today, but prior to today to get here. So thank you very much. We have audience people. Just have people in our audience. Thank you.